If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 10, The Santa Claus Theory. And this is obviously has been one of the leading theories since the beginning. Of course, this horrible crime right around Christmas. And we just passed the tragic anniversary, of course, which brought up a lot more questions. And we've addressed the Santa Claus theory in passing. We never really did a deep dive, so I'm going to be doing that in this episode in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast out there. If you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, and hopefully keep up awareness in these unsolved cases. Wrongful convictions and missing persons, which can't really get solved without more awareness. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through so you can be updated on the latest Mindshock podcasts dropping. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so let's jump right in here. The Jonbenet Ramsey case, of course, no shortage of persons of interest, no shortage of theories. There are so many theories, I mean, obviously varying degrees of viability, but again, with so many unknown variables, it's basically impossible to definitively rule them out. So, regarding the secret Santa visit, this is something Jonbenet mentioned to others. So, from Carnes' account, on December 25th, 1996, while playing at the home of a neighborhood friend, Jonbenet told her friend's mother that Santa Claus was going to pay her a special visit after Christmas and that it was a secret. The person who may have said this to Jonbenet has never been identified. And this, of course, information has been gone over in a number of books and sources. In Perfect Murder, Perfect Town by Schiller, Barbara Kostanek was the mother of a playmate of Jonbenet Ramsey's. She asserted, quote, "The day before Christmas, Jonbenet was at our house playing with Megan. The kids were talking about Santa, getting all excited. I asked Jonbenet if she had visited Santa Claus yet. She said, oh, Santa was at our Christmas party the other night. Megan had seen Santa at the Pearl Street Mall. So we talked about that. Then Jonbenet said, quote, Santa Claus promised that he would make a secret visit after Christmas, end quote. I thought she was confused. Christmas is tonight, I told her. And Santa will be coming tonight. No, Jonbenet insisted. He said this would be after Christmas, and it's a secret. So this is, of course, Schiller's 1999 book, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. So in Rocky Mountain News, this was also reported. Patsy Ramsey has said she never heard Jonbenet make the statement about Santa. So that's what Patsy had to say about it. So Barbara Kostanek is the one who made the account regarding what Jonbenet was telling Megan and herself. So there really hasn't been a lot of talk about Barbara Kostanek. And I'm not sure why. Obviously, McReynolds, the Santa Claus, he's been looked at. But regarding the source of this information about the Secret Santa visit, let's look at a forum here. And these are forumsforjustice.org. A lot of these have since been removed. But, of course, you can find them archived And obviously, I will not be naming anybody that has not already been named in all of these books publicly, but there's some interesting connections with forum posters, and there's a lot of people online who've done some deep digging. I'm going to read a couple posts here. This is by VP. This was posted January 2nd, 2005, unless it was copied from somewhere else earlier. Connection, Susan Bennett, aka Jameson, and Kostanek. So we have to go off on the tangent of course, Susan Bennett, the so-called amateur researcher in the case who's made a lot of waves over the years. Let me go over this interesting article, hickoryrecord.com. And this was an article written by Jordan Hensley, published March 27th, 2019, updated September 20th, 2019. Hickory's connection to Jonbenet Ramsey case, focus of presentation. And this Hickory Daily Record is a newspaper based out of North Carolina. So let's read this article here. Jonbenet Ramsey's killer may or may not have a connection to Hickory, but the tape found on her mouth does. On Monday, local case historian amateur investigator Susan Bennett, who goes by the online name of Jameson, gave a public presentation at the Patrick Beaver Memorial Library on how she believes the intruder theory is the only plausible theory. She also discussed Hickory's connection to the case, the tape, and herself. Investigators Steve Thomas and Ron Gosage came to Hickory in 1997 to meet with Suretape, as described in Thomas's book, Jonbenet, Inside the Ramsey Murder Investigation. Thomas wrote their investigation determined the tape found on Jonbenet's mouth made up less than 1% of the company's product due to the type of fabric and adhesive used. Detectives Thomas and Gosage visited Sherwood Mills in Hickory, North Carolina, the country's largest manufacturer of adhesives. Lawrence Schiller wrote in his book, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, the FBI had determined that the tape allegedly removed from Jonbenet's mouth had first been manufactured in November 1996 under the brand name Suretape, Shurtape. 6-year-old Jonbenet was found dead in her parents' Boulder, Colorado basement December 26, 1996. She had been beaten, strangled, and sexually assaulted. A ransom note found on the bottom steps of a spiral staircase in the Ramsey home insinuated Jonbenet was kidnapped. As of March 26, 2019, Jonbenet's killer is not behind bars. While many believe Jonbenet's parents, John and Patsy Ramsey, killed their daughter, Jameson believes otherwise. The Hickory Daily Record profiled Jameson in December 2018, outlining her long history with the case as a historian, amateur investigator, and former suspect. In 1997, Jameson's posts in online forums on the case caught the attention of investigators and John and Patsy Ramsey. Last week, a preview article teasing Jameson's presentation generated much discussion and criticism on social media. If you missed Jameson's presentation, here's what you should know. Jameson's credentials. What makes this woman from Hickory a credible source on the Jonbenet case? In 1997, Jameson began posting in online forums on the case, reminding other posters that the Ramseys may not be guilty. This caught the attention of John and Patsy Ramsey. The three met at a coffee shop in Atlanta in late 1997. And again, just yet another quick aside here, even though this is 1997, it can't be dismissed. This was a very popular case. Some consider it one of the most popular true crime cases of all time, along with, of course, O.J. Simpson and a few others. But the fact that there were so many people discussing this on the internet in 1997, that's curious because the internet wasn't really that mainstream in 1997. I mean, obviously there were a lot of people on the internet, but it really wasn't until after 2000, or even really until probably after 2005, that pretty much just about everyone was on the internet. So in 97, the internet was still sort of new. And that's important to keep in mind as well. But there were still enough people on it. I mean, obviously, there were people on it in the 80s. Obviously, much, much smaller numbers in the late 80s. But yeah, by 97, there was a certain amount of people on it. Not like today, of course, but it was still being discussed extensively. So, continuing with the article here, Jameson said since she's kept in contact with the Ramsey family. In the early days, Jameson also befriended several investigators and journalists in Boulder, including Lou Smith. Smith was hired by the DA in Boulder to assist in the investigation. Because of their friendship, Jameson has access to many of his files. Smith died in 2010, but always maintained he believed the Ramseys were innocent. Jameson is mentioned in several books on the case, including John and Patsy's memoir, The Death of Innocence, Jonbenet's parents tell their story, and former FBI agent and founder of the Behavioral Analysis Unit, John Douglas's book, The Cases That Haunt Us. Over the years, Jameson has been contacted by TV producers, journalists, and writers as a source on the case. The tape's connection to the murder, with the tape being manufactured in November 96, Jameson finds it hard to believe it made it to the shelf of a hardware store in Boulder by December. That is curious. I mean, there's no... Yeah, I mean, we don't have Amazon next day shipping or any of the... I mean, why? I mean, we're talking a matter of weeks. If it was manufactured in November 96... Not only does it has to get to Boulder, then it has to be put out, stocked, and all of that. I mean, when the truck comes in, it takes longer than a few minutes to get it not only inventoried, then you got to get it out onto the shelf, then someone has to buy it. I mean, that is curious. That is very, very curious. I used to work in a factory, she said. New stock is usually put behind old stock in a warehouse and on the shelves. It could have taken months for that roll of tape to make it to the shelf of a store if it was indeed put out for distribution, Jameson said. Jameson said she's spoken to people who have worked at SureTape who said it wasn't unusual for staff to take product home with them. Could a SureTape employee have inadvertently supplied the killer with tape? Possibly. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, Jameson said, but I think that's a lead that should have been investigated more. The intruder theory. Jameson began her presentation by saying the Ramseys had no motive to kill their daughter. To support her theory, she cited several cases where parents killed their children. One of the cases she used as an example was Diane Downs, an Oregon woman who shot her 3 children because her new boyfriend did not want children. Man, that's messed up. Another case she mentioned was Andrea Yates, a Texas woman who drowned her 5 children. In the trial, investigators found Yates suffered from postpartum depression and schizophrenia. She had attempted suicide many times and was not supposed to be alone with her children at the time. The Ramseys had no history of mental illness, and neither John nor Patsy was having an affair, Jameson said. How would she know for sure, though? I'm not insinuating either one of them were, but yeah, I mean... what are the statistics? It would be interesting to know the statistics, whether or not affluent individuals have affairs more often than not. I would think the numbers might be similar to really, really poor people and really, really rich people, and possibly that middle class area, that hardworking middle class, maybe the numbers would be lower. So, because this is Mindshock, let's go down this rabbit hole of cheating spouses. So, if any Mindshock listeners out there were wondering who is more likely to cheat, married people who are poor, married people who are rich, or couples where one of them makes significantly more money than the other. So let's look at a couple different articles here. This is Washington Post, the fascinating connection between how much married people make and how likely they are to cheat. This was written by Max Enfrond, June 4th, 2015. Why husbands and wives cheat is one of the most difficult, painful, and unanswerable questions of society. But a new study suggests, if not a reason for infidelity, an important piece of context. It turns out, according to the study in this month's issue of the American Sociological Review, that husbands and wives cheat more when their spouses make a lot more money. In other words, husband and wives are less likely to cheat when they are both contributing equally to the household's earnings. So I guess according to this, it doesn't. I mean, is there a minimum? If they're both broke, I mean, they're not going to cheat, or if they're both millionaires, they're not going to cheat. I don't know. For some reason, the cliches suggest that the millionaires are just more easily bored and they would cheat more often. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's look at the data here. This chart shows the effect at work. The odds of infidelity. Cheating is least likely when a husband and wife earn a similar amount of money. Okay, so it looks here. So the likelihood of cheating. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. But it shows here that the husband's likelihood of cheating goes way up the more the disparity is between the income of him and his wife. Okay. Source: Kristen Munch, University of Connecticut. To do the study, Kristen Munch, a sociologist at the University of Connecticut, examined data for about 2,800 heterosexual married people under the age of 32 who participated in the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, a big federal research project between 2001 and 2011. So even though we have a decade of data here, this is only 2,800 people. This is basically nothing in terms of the hundreds of millions of people out there, tens of millions of married people or whatever, even if it's only a few million married people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much can be gleaned from that tiny little sample size, but let's find out. She found that the less that men and women earned in income compared to their spouses, the more likely they were to cheat. This was especially true of husbands. Men were more... Well, the other caveat we have to put here, in these surveys, who is more likely to admit they cheated? Men or women? Or are they both lying? I mean, I don't know, but it's weird to think that we can put blind faith that they wouldn't lie. So are the numbers a lot bigger, or were women more likely to lie about it than the men were? Or are they both lying? What is the ratio of lying to telling the truth for each gender? Again, I'm not hallucinating to know. I'm just saying it's kind of weird if you're doing science to use faith to do science. It's weird. Okay. So men were also more likely to cheat if they made significantly more than their spouses, while women who made a lot more than their husbands were less likely to be unfaithful. Or is it more likely to lie about it? People are, of course, different, and the data shouldn't be taken to mean that all marriages work best when both partners are working and for similar wages. In general, though, the couples with the least infidelity were those in which both partners were earning the same amount. And again, with only 2,800 couples, I mean, maybe they were lying also, so I don't know. The survey didn't ask people directly whether they cheated. Munch was able to infer whether they'd been unfaithful based on how they answered questions about the number of sexual partners they'd had in the past year. What the heck? On the whole, about 9% of the wives and 12% of the husbands had engaged in extramarital sex. Wow. Okay, so first of all, out of 2,800 people, 9 and 12, those are relatively close figures, but again, who's lying? Would a woman or a man be more likely to lie about number of sexual partners? I don't know. But it's weird. So she's inferring this information, which is, again, you're relying on faith. This isn't very scientific, but whatever. Let's just see what we have here. A finding not explained by economics. The fact that women and men who make less than their partners are more likely to cheat is counterintuitive. Infidelity frequently results in divorce, so this group is putting their access to their spouse's earnings at risk by straying. But people don't always behave in a way that just seeks to raise their income, and a difference in earnings might lead to resentment, Munch theorized. People just don't like inequality in their relationships, Munch said. When I think about my own dating history, I'm not really interested in dating someone who's much better looking or much worse looking, somebody who's much more successful or much less successful. I mean, again, this is an anecdotal logical fallacy, and she's just using her own personal bias. That's kind of weird. This study sounds like it's complete bunk, but let's continue. The small number of men who make less than their wives might feel a need to demonstrate their independence. Previous research has suggested that when the wife is the breadwinner in the household, the husband may feel that he is failing to fulfill his traditional responsibilities. Okay, yeah, so this seems bunk. I mean, what do you expect from the Washington Post? All right, let's see what else we can find. TheWeek.com. Why poor husbands cheat on rich wives. A man is 5 times more likely to cheat if he earns less money than his wife or girlfriend, claims a new study. Should well-paid women be worried? And this is, I guess this is referring to the same, Yeah, this is the same bunk study. Okay, let's look at something more legitimate. New England Psychologist by Pamela Berard, November 1st, 2015. Economic dependency impacts infidelity, study says. Actually, that's also based on this bunk study. Wow, we can't find anything other than references to this faith-based study about people who are unfaithful. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go to independent.co.uk. November 29th, 2017, a little bit more recent. Adulterers who earn an average of £52,000 a year and more are more likely to be male, a new study has found. According to data collected by illicitencounters.com, the UK's leading dating site for married people, okay, at least this is some kind of legitimacy in terms of gathering statistics, the number of city professionals looking for illicit love online has risen by 8% year on year. Or at least looking for illicit love online. So who knows if the numbers have stayed the same or not offline. The research found that almost half of their participating members have had an affair with someone they work with, 45%. The website conducted a series of surveys on 600 of its members and found that a small number, 1%, earn more than £1 million per annum. In terms of how much time the respondents spend working, the study found that 29% work 60-hour weeks, 34% work 40-hour weeks, and a surprising 20% work up to 80-hour weeks. The average earnings of £52,000 per annum is almost double the national average, £27,000. The site's data also revealed that 60,000 of their members are financial professionals and 65% of them are men. Successful people are born workaholics, explains the site's spokesperson, Christian Grant. I mean, isn't it kind of weird? Like, is that something you would brag to your parents about? You know, I run a dating site for online, for married people looking for love outside of their marriage. I mean, is that something to be proud of? I mean, it's kind of weird. That's a weird profession, but all right. They live and breathe their careers, work incredibly long hours, and value their career above all else. That means that relationships with loved ones are at a premium, but they're still human. You still want a physical relationship, but coming home late to find your partner already asleep isn't ideal, so a relationship with a colleague ensues. Grant claims that the reason affairs appeal to the site's users is that they often come without the emotional consequences of a traditional relationship. It's something that can be kept purely physical, he said. It's flexible, ideal, and no surprise to see this demographic flood sites like Illicit Encounters. Okay, curious. All right, let's see. Here's another interesting article by Danny L. Dubé, globalnews.canada, August 1st, 2017, relatively recent. These are the men and women who are more likely to cheat. Men who are tall, smart, and rich are more likely to cheat, while lonely housewives with high sex drives are the type of women most likely to stray from a relationship, a new survey suggests. How shocking. Nobody saw that coming. According to a survey by illicitencounters.com, UK dating website for married people, the results show that men are driven to cheat because of arrogance, lust, and their ego. Women, however, cheat because they feel neglected by their partner. Or at least these are the admissions by both genders. Our results show that men have a tough time suppressing their ego. Christian Grant, spokesperson for ListenEncounters.com, has said in a statement, tall, affluent, smart, these men have it all, or at least they think they can have it all. They want to have their cake and eat it too, and that includes having as many relationships as they see fit. Not to mention, as a smart, wealthy, and tall man, you're more likely to be attracting female attention whether you like it or not, which only serves to fuel their ego and make them consider an affair as a plausible option. He added, women, on the other hand, paint a different story altogether. Your typical cheating woman isn't driven by arrogance, ego, or lust, but by a sense of loneliness thanks to a lack of satisfaction in her marriage. This loneliness is further compounded for housewives who potentially spend hours alone, only to be further neglected when their husbands come home. Again, these are the ones that participated in this survey. The website studied over 10,000 profiles, again, not a big number, to find the common traits linked to cheaters. And these are people who are actually willing to have this profile online and all these things. Obviously, there's a certain percentage of cheaters who are not. Okay. For men, 45% were wealthy men. 45% of all profiles were of wealthy men. So that's less than half. That's weird. Here's another article from thecut.com, February 16, 2015. Rich people and poor people cheat for different reasons. In 2010, a man entered a bank in Watsonville, California, said his backpack contained a bomb, demanded $2,000. Wow, that's it? Though this was a foolish and criminal act, it was also a selfless one. He wanted to help pay the rent of a friend who had fallen on hard times. The manager kept the would-be robber there until the police arrived by having him fill out paperwork for a loan. The news is filled with wealthy people acting unethically. Look at Wall Street or Washington, and various studies have confirmed that the rich are often more likely to misbehave. Now, new research finds that in certain circumstances, it's the poor who are more likely to cheat. The difference is that the rich do wrong to help themselves, while the poor do wrong to help others, as in the above parable of the dumb Samaritan. Research has been mounting that higher class people are more greedy, uncaring, and deceptive than those below them in the hierarchy. For instance, Paul Piff and colleagues reported in 2012 that people who felt their socioeconomic status was greater, they rated themselves highly on the main drivers of class, which are income, education, and occupational prestige, were more likely to cheat during an experiment or to take candy from a dish meant for kids, and drivers of nicer cars were more likely to cut off pedestrians or other drivers at intersections. But previous studies have left several questions unanswered. Are higher class people more unethical across the board or just more selfish? Which elements of class matter most when it comes to nudging people towards unethical or ethical behavior? Wealth, education, or occupation, and does class affect ethical behavior by increasing one's sense of power, control over others, or prestige, respect from others? David Dubois, Derek Rucker, and Adam Galinsky addressed these issues in several experiments reported in an upcoming issue of the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. The idea that upper-class people are less ethical was an interesting and provocative hypothesis to us, Rucker said, and at the same time we had a sense that it did not capture the full range of the human experience. In the first study, the European participants rolled a virtual die 5 times and were told that if the total exceeded 13, they'd be entered into a raffle for a $50 gift card. But the totals were self-reported and the die was rigged, so its rolls would always equal 12. Meaning that the lies were easily detected. That's a good experiment. No need for faith. Half the participants were told that if they won, they'd receive the gift card, and half were asked to name a friend to receive it instead. They also ranked their own income, education, and occupation on a single 10-rung ladder. When playing for themselves, those who ranked themselves higher cheated more as expected. Those around the 85th percentile on the ladder lied about half the time, while those below the 15th percentile almost never did. Wow, these are curious. I would like to see the study. It doesn't say how many participants here. I would like to see the study done with millions of people. But when playing for a friend's benefit, those lower on the socioeconomic ladder were more likely to cheat. The folks at the 85th percentile hardly ever cheated, while suddenly those around the 15th percentile cheated about a third of the time. Wow, that is very interesting. Very interesting study on how they behaved when playing for a friend's benefit instead of their own. Dubois told me he found the opposite responses between classes the most surprising part of the paper. In the next study, a different group of participants rated how likely they were to commit various unethical acts, such as steal office supplies or peek at an upcoming exam. For one half of the participants, the acts would benefit themselves, and for the other half, they would benefit a friend. Subjects also reported their income and education level. Higher incomes were correlated with an inclination towards unethical behavior that benefited the self, whereas lower income was tied to unethical behavior that benefited others. Education made no difference. Since money is generally associated with power and education with prestige, it's possible that power is the key part of class status that alters selfishness. Another experiment tested this idea. Participants rated their socioeconomic status a combination of income, education, and occupation, their sense of power, I can get others to do what I want, etc., and their sense of prestige, people generally admired me, etc. They also rated whether they'd performed the unethical acts from the previous study. Those who felt higher in class felt higher in both power and prestige, but only a sense of heightened power went on to predict a willingness to engage in unethical behavior. It increased self-beneficial violations and reduced other beneficial violations. So it appears that class increases selfishness specifically by making people feel more powerful. This is very, very interesting, especially when considering the parasitical criminal class known as politicians. The first 3 studies relied on correlation, but the findings were confirmed with 3 further studies in which people's sense of class or power was manipulated experimentally. In one of them, making people feel higher in class by having them compare themselves to people lower in the hierarchy increased their sense of power. In another, making people feel more powerful by having them recall a time they had power over others indeed increased their self-rated willingness to lie for their own benefit. For example, by blaming a late assignment on poor health, but making people feel less powerful increased their willingness to lie for another's benefit. That's curious. The studies suggest a straightforward sequence. Money leads to the perception that one is higher in the social hierarchy, which in turn leads to a sense of power, which in turn leads to a greater willingness to cheat for selfish reasons. I think this is great work that nicely replicates prior findings and extends them, Piff said. And the distinction between ethics and self-interest is really key. But what exactly accounts for their findings about the different reasons rich and poor people cheat? Humans have a natural tendency to break the rules to achieve their own ends. We cheat more when our sense of self-control is depleted, which psychologists take as evidence that this is a deep-seated inclination. And those with power generally have the means to do so. They're given more leeway in their daily lives, and they can better deal with the consequences of getting caught. That's a very interesting variable there. They're also generally less dependent on others, making them more self-focused, so they behave more unethically, but only when it benefits them. People with less money and therefore less power, however, are more communal. They need to rely on each other to get by, and as a result, research shows they're more compassionate and empathically accurate. Breaking rules is always risky, but social cohesion is paramount, so you do what it takes to help those around you. The economist Stephen Troutman and colleagues have also argued that the dynamics of class and ethics are not as simple as Piff's initial findings with the candy dish and fancy cars might suggest. They offered some new data which conflicts with Piff's, but their main point is that it doesn't make much sense to talk about someone being across the board ethical or unethical. Decisions about wrongdoing depend in the moment on one's opportunities, the benefits of succeeding, and the cost of getting caught. I would also add emotions, because emotional people are obviously willing to do things they wouldn't if they weren't in an emotional state. But it appears this is not factored here. Thus, given their wealth, they write, an antique dealer would be much less likely to shoplift, but would be much more likely to cheat on taxes than a Walmart clerk. And a professor traveling to conferences would have more chances to cheat on her husband than would the clerk. Piff, Stephen Cote, and Rob Willer have also reported that in the process of reducing empathy, wealth makes people more utilitarian, in some cases choosing the greatest benefit for the greatest number, even at the expense of a single person. Mayor Bloomberg cracked down on smoking and obesity for the public good, even though it meant stepping on some toes. So the lack of compassion that often comes with wealth can occasionally lead to doing good. Dubois and his co-authors offer some factors that might complicate their own findings. In what researchers refer to as collectivistic cultures, such as those in East Asia and Latin America, power might actually make people more likely to break rules for others versus the self. In team-building situations, power might also increase one's willingness to rule break for the sake of others, but only to solidify one's power base in the long run. And there may still be ways in which class affects ethical behavior via prestige. Class and ethics, complex subjects that certainly aren't made any simpler when they're combined, but the researchers think their findings could lead to some easy, practical applications. Understanding why people commit unethical behaviors might allow us to generate messages to combat them, Rucker says. So if you're speaking to higher class individuals, you might want to appeal to their selfishness and warn that cheating will ultimately backfire. But when talking to those with fewer resources, you might be better off noting that their actions could harm those around them. Mark Smith, the wannabe burglar, although he was helping out a buddy late on rent, but really he was putting his pal at risk of losing a friend to jail and embarrassing ignominy. That's curious. That's very, very curious, and how it spools over into marital relationships and cheating in marriages is also very, very curious. So let's look at one more article here just to round out this marital cheating rabbit hole we just went down. But this is, of course, Mindshock, where we're not going to miss any. And again, I'm not alleging that John or Patsy Ramsey cheated on their significant other. If they had, did that somehow affect this case? Maybe, maybe not. But I just thought it was a curiosity that it was assumed that neither one of them cheated, when we really don't know that for sure, of course. Here's another article from the Washington Post. This one might offer some more clues. It's from 2014, The Economics of Adultery. May 1st, 2014, also by Max Ehrenfreund. The financial crisis of 2008 may have driven many people to betray their wedding vows, according to data from Ashley Madison, an unusual and apparently very popular dating website for those seeking extramarital relations. Ashley Madison has expanded rapidly, but 2008 was a banner year for the company. According to the site, membership swelled 166% worldwide that year and 192% in the US, compared to an average yearly growth of 50% worldwide and 71% domestically since the site's launch 12 years ago. Each month, around 130 million people around the world visit Ashley Madison. And what does that say about cheating statistics in general? Because that's a fair amount of people, and those are the ones willing to leave these online footprints, again, promising anonymity or not. I believe Ashley Madison got hacked. At least once, because I remember reading something about that, and people were really worried because supposedly there were some prominent individuals on that site. But if that amount of people is willing to go online and make accounts, what amount of people engages in extramarital affairs not online? Analysts at Ashley Madison found evidence of a relationship between the economy and infidelity when they examined user data in individual states. They compared the change in the number of employed people in each state with the growth in Ashley Madison's membership there. The tentative conclusion: people who've lost their jobs might be more likely to cheat, or at least are more likely to sign up for an adultery dating site. Or were they just more bored? I mean, obviously this doesn't give us concrete data on economic strata regarding earnings when they were employed. For example, people living within the spectrum of poverty who are employed, but they're simply just not making that much money based on where they're living. But there was a lot of variation among the states, and it's easy to think of other possible causes besides economic ones for those differences. Ashley Madison's marketing campaigns might explain membership increases in some areas, for example. Also, 74% of Ashley Madison's users have a college degree, so a lower concentration of highly educated people might correspond to a smaller target audience for the site. During those 2 years, Ashley Madison's membership nearly quadrupled in Massachusetts, the state with the highest level of educational attainment, even though the economy fared relatively well there during the crisis. Wow, that's very curious. So people who graduated from indoctrination facilities with higher levels of degrees of indoctrination are more likely to cheat, according to this little footnote here, if that's the responsible variable. Again, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but if it is, then yes. All the same, in states where the employment level fell further, more people signed up for Ashley Madison. People out of work might find they have more time to pursue an affair. Also, a reduction in family income might spark stress and conflict between spouses. It may very well be that in times of distress that one's partner could also be viewed with antipathy, leading one to cheat. Said Eric Anderson, a sociologist at the University of Winchester in England, who was working as a consultant to Ashley Madison. He also said an extramarital affair might look like an easy way for people to distract themselves from worrying about financial problems. Some other interesting notes from Ashley Madison's data. Almost all of the activity on Ashley Madison, around 95%, is heterosexual. Husbands with 39-year-old wives should be extra nice. Women who are 39 years old are more than 4 times as likely to sign up for Ashley Madison as women aged 38 or 40. Wow, that's a curious stat. 4 times as likely. So women who are 39 are seeking relationships, married or not. About 1/3 of Ashley Madison's users seek their first affair from 3 to 5 years after their wedding, around the time when the first child is born. That is another interesting statistic. A little more than 1/4 of Ashley Madison's users first create an account when their children leave the house for college. Men in this group are generally between the ages of 60 and 65, while women are between the ages of 55 and 58. Well, you got to at least respect that, because at least they're not going to damage their children. They're going to at least wait till they go to college where their developmental years are mostly over. They're not going to traumatize a child with cheating and possible divorce before the child leaves to college. You got to at least respect them for that. Ashley Madison hired Anderson to work with scientists and journalists who are interested in the company's data. The site's founder, Noel Biderman, said he believes that adultery is a normal part of human experience and that greater tolerance of infidelity would preserve more marriages and more families. He said he is confident that a rigorous view of the numbers will support his conclusion. I see the number of people signing up for the service every day. I see the economics. It's few of us who will make it through a life of monogamy. There are around 60 million married American couples according to the census. And so, yeah, you'd have to have at least 1 million in a study, I would say, to get some kind of accurate numbers. Around 13 million people in the U.S. have created an account on Ashley Madison. Wow! That's crazy. 3/4 of whom identify themselves as married or in a committed relationship. Many of them might not have exchanged anything more intimate than a message with a potential lover on Ashley Madison, but the site still offers researchers a massive amount of data to explore. For the first time that I'm aware of, we have the ability to peek in on people having an affair, and if that doesn't thrill any researcher interested in human sexuality, I don't know what could, Anderson said. Separate research by Kristen Munch, which we went over, of course, a sociologist at Furman University, suggested another reason that adultery and the economy might be connected. After controlling for factors such as a person's income, education, and satisfaction in his or her relationship, Munch found that men who earned very little relative to their wives were much more likely to stray. Perhaps as men lost their jobs during the recession, they might have wanted to compensate for what they felt to be their professional failure by asserting their sexual prowess. Munch also found that among very wealthy women, those who made significantly more than their husbands were also more likely to cheat. During the recession, a woman who was highly successful in her career might have been more likely to judge her husband's termination by her own experience and lose respect for him, Munch said. Munch, who is preparing her work for publication, says her research is based on survey data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. While she has confidence in the survey's methods, she acknowledges that subjects might have lied to the government's pollsters. Well, at least if she acknowledges that, dishonesty among those surveyed have been a real obstacle to research on infidelity. Okay, finally, at least this guy's addressing this, which Munch seems to have taken on faith. Sociologists and psychologists have long sought to understand how many married people are unfaithful and why they do it. Estimates of the proportion of cheaters based on surveys range widely, from 25% to 75% of married people. Wow, so if we just put that in the middle, we're looking at about half of married people if we just extrapolate from there. That's crazy. To be sure, there are limitations on Ashley Madison's data as well, since it's a particular kind of person who signs up on a dating website for married people. The site's advertising is aimed at well-educated women. Only about 32% of all Americans have a college degree, while almost 3/4 of Ashley Madison's users do. In general, research suggests that people who are well-educated are actually less likely to cheat. And if that's accurate, that means people living in the poverty level who either didn't even graduate from high school or maybe graduated but never went to college, they would be less likely to cheat. As a result, Anderson cautioned the website cannot settle the question of how often or how rarely people cheat on their spouses. That is a question that we will never know the answer to, he said. More analysis would be needed to determine the financial crisis truly helped Ashley Madison's success during 2008 and 2009. Okay. All right, so that was a long aside, but that is a curious question, though. I still maintain those who are completely dirt poor and those that are... I don't know. Actually, it's probably all these hasty generalization, logical fallacies probably make it impossible to truly determine, because even if you said 90% of this bracket versus 10% of another bracket, that still doesn't mean that's a defining factor. That just means they just happen to be in that economic strata. But, that's still valuable data, but I don't know. I think there is a preconception that rich people are more entitled and might be more likely to cheat than a lot of other people who are not quite rich, even though obviously there's plenty of cheaters who are not rich. But back to this Hickory Record article and the tape. I know that was a long aside, but I didn't want to ignore that aspect because, again, we have here Susan Bennett claiming that neither John or Patsy was having an affair, and I'm not sure how she can claim that. I'm not saying she's wrong, but she claims it as a definitive fact. But either way here, so the Ramseys had no history of mental illness and neither John nor Patsy was having an affair, Jameson said. Jameson then provided examples of children being abducted from their beds by an intruder. One example was Jessica Lunsford, 9, of Florida. She was abducted from her bed by a neighbor, sexually assaulted, and buried alive. Another example included John Brewer Eustace. He kidnapped 2-year-old Elizabeth Bradwell from a bedroom in Charlotte in 1997. Elizabeth was missing for 3 days before she was found alive in a neighbor's yard. At least that one had a happy ending. Eustace was considered a suspect in Jonbenet's case, but was cleared according to the Denver Post. Wow. See, the Jonbenet Ramsey case probably has some more suspects than any other case, probably. There's so many people who have been named. And, she didn't even mention this, but if you haven't listened to the previous Mindshock episodes, there was a house intruder who actually lied in wait in the Boulder area in Colorado. So those that claim that an intruder is not possible, there's precedent there. I believe it was inside of a year. It was within about a year of the Jonbenet Ramsey death that this intruder broke into someone else's house in the Boulder area and just lied in wait and attempted an assault. Jameson believes someone had seen Jonbenet out in public, decided she would be their victim to carry out a specific fantasy, including bondage and strangulation. This person found out where Jonbenet lived and started planning their crime, she believes. The Ramseys admitted that it wasn't unusual to leave many doors to their large home unlocked, and a window leading to the basement had been broken and left unrepaired in the weeks before the murder. This gave the intruder easy access to the home. After spending Christmas morning opening gifts, the Ramseys got dressed to go to a friend's home for a Christmas party. Jameson believes that's when the intruder entered the home carrying a stun gun, rope, and the tape. While the intruder was hiding in the house, they wrote the ransom note, which does not mention Jonbenet's name, only John Ramsey's. The ransom amount, $118,000, was John Ramsey's bonus that year, which was on pay stubs left lying in his office. Jameson says the intruder probably wrote the note after coming across one of those pay stubs. She also believes the note was part of the fantasy and it had to have been written before the murder. You know what's weird, though? Even with the $118,000, if someone got $118,000 for a bonus, wouldn't you could at least say $120,000, $150,000. If that's just their bonus, you'd probably be safe with $200,000, $500,000, maybe even $1 million for this ransom. It's kind of strange to own that. That's the most unround number. It's just weird. When the Ramseys returned home, actually, that's a good theory regarding the note, because if someone was wandering around the house, saw the pay stub, they could have taken an hour to write that note and then planted it before anything was even done. When the Ramseys returned home, they put a sleeping Jonbenet to bed and eventually went to bed themselves after taking care of their other child, 9-year-old Burke. Sometime in the middle of the night, the intruder used a stun gun on Jonbenet to subdue her and carried her downstairs and murdered her. Why the Ramseys are innocent according to Jameson. The Ramseys, including Burke, were cleared by DNA tests in 1997, Jameson says. However, John and Patsy Ramsey were not fully exonerated as suspects until 2008 due to new DNA evidence. Prior to that, a grand jury voted to indict the Ramseys on child abuse resulting in death and accessory to first-degree murder charges, but the DA chose not to prosecute. Jameson reiterated the Ramseys had no motive to kill their daughter. There was no history of sexual abuse, and while Jonbenet did wet the bed sometimes, Patsy said it was not an issue. And of course, that's all disputed, the many doctor's visits and the possible sexual abuse. Obviously, that doesn't mean it was John or Patsy or Burke that was responsible. It could have been somebody else, but that is all disputed, and you don't need motive if an accident happens. So a lot of variables that Jameson's not accounting for. But continuing on here, showing a crime scene photo of Jonbenet's bed, it did not appear she had wet the bed that night. Jonbenet's long johns were soiled, though, when her body was found, indicated that she may have wet herself during the assault. Jameson said a urine stain was found in the basement near Jonbenet's body. While the ransom note was written with pen and paper in the home, none of the Ramseys' handwriting matched the ransom note. And again, that's disputed. When it comes to the roll of tape used to cover Jonbenet's mouth, it was not located in the home or the garage. Investigators determined no one in the home had purchased the tape. That's curious. Nobody ever talks about the tape. I haven't really heard the tape discussed. Next steps, Jameson wants people who have any useful information about the case to contact her. She would love to talk to people who worked at SureTape in 1996. She also wants people to contact her if they know anyone who lived in Hickory or visited Hickory in 96 who had connections to Boulder, Colorado. Jameson believes the intruder's DNA will match the DNA found on Jonbenet's long johns, and their handwriting will match the ransom note. Jonbenet's case is complex, and not every detail could be included in this article or in Jameson's presentation. Independent research is encouraged. Wow! When do you see a newspaper stating independent research is encouraged? I mean, this is almost like legitimate journalism here. You don't see this every day. That's weird. Here's another article regarding Jameson that I think we should go over. This is from The Guardian. This was published September 9th, 2016 by Michelle Dean. American Obsession: How Jonbenet Ramsey Gave Rise to the Online Detective. The killing of a 6-year-old beauty queen became America's first crowdsourced murder mystery, a phenomenon that continues 20 years later. In February 97, a regular visitor to the popular online discussion forum Usenet had reached his limit. All the talk about Jonbenet Ramsey, the 6-year-old beauty queen recently found dead in her parents' basement in Colorado, was driving him crazy. I have been lurking and occasionally posting on this news group for over 3 years, he wrote. I am at the point of abandoning it because it is very difficult to locate anything that is not a Ramsey post. And frankly, I am sick of this morbid crime and speculation. It'll all go away in a month or so, counseled another. No such luck. Since the moment Ramsey's body was discovered on December 26, 1996, her murder has been fertile territory for speculators. The case presented a confusing set of facts. Jonbenet's wealthy parents insisted that they'd woken up the day after Christmas to find a ransom note left by kidnappers on their kitchen staircase. You will withdraw $118,000 from your account, it instructed. Her father, John, apparently made arrangements to pay the ransom and called the police, but soon after authorities arrived, his daughter's body was found in the wine cellar. There was a nylon cord around her neck, her wrists were tied above her head, and her mouth was covered by duct tape. No call to collect the ransom ever came. There was no sign of a break-in or a struggle, and Jonbenet's parents swore they had nothing to do with it. It was a puzzle whose pieces never fit together. The eerie videotapes of the blonde beauty pageant contestant child, the big dark-windowed mansion, the parents who insisted they were innocent, the lurid but inconclusive physical evidence, the strange false confession of schoolteacher John Markar, all of it was a recipe for conspiracy theories in every direction. In the 1990s, the tabloids ruled, and they blanketed the country with the most lurid and outlandish headlines about the case they could think of. Continued intrigue. This year, 2016 when this was written, marks the 20th anniversary of Jonbenet's death, and in the wake of the new popularity of true crime stories, America will get no less than 5 new examinations of the Ramsey case. The first item, an A&E documentary called The Killing of Jonbenet, aired September 6th. NBC recently announced its own new Dateline special. Dr. Phil will interview Burke Ramsey, Jonbenet's older brother, on Monday. On September 18th, CBS will air its 6-part docuseries called The Case of Jonbenet Ramsey, which will see experts examine a full-scale replica of the wine cellar in which Jonbenet's body was discovered. Finally, should that not be enough to sate you, Lifetime has announced a movie that will air in November. All of this promises a new explosion of interest in the yet-to-be-solved case, particularly in those online spaces where obsessives congregate to discuss true crime. The internet was a different place when the case first broke. The World Wide Web, as people quaintly called the internet in '96, was more or less made up of text. There was no YouTube, there was no Facebook. There was, however, Usenet, a loose and difficult-to-navigate assortment of message boards. It wasn't that hard to navigate. And after the Jonbenet Ramsey case became a national obsession, curious minds gathered online to try and solve the case themselves, much in the same way as Serial or Making a Murderer. They uploaded documents and traded theories and contacted authorities with their findings. It was, in a sense, America's first crowd-sourced murder mystery. Within a month of the Ramsey case going public, journalists and law enforcement in Boulder were already saying they'd been inundated by emails from across the world, people hundreds of miles away who were sure they knew who killed Jonbenet. By late '97, USA Today was reporting that there were more than 2,000 web pages dedicated to solving the Ramsey case. Digital sleuths. Factions formed quickly. Some unequivocally believed in the Ramseys. Others unequivocally believed the Ramseys were guilty. They pored over physical evidence. They constructed elaborate scenarios that fit just about any theory of the crime. Some were convinced that a servant must have been responsible. The gardener did it. Others made any number of claims about the Ramseys, their hobbies, their finances, their friends. They argued especially about the ransom note. At 2.5 pages, it is believed by criminal justice experts to be the longest ever recorded. Whoever wrote it, the lettering is shaky and awkward, is believed to have been disguising their handwriting. All of the official handwriting experts who have ever opined in the case have excluded John Ramsey as the author of the note. The majority have never been able to link it to Patsy Ramsey either. This has not stopped anyone from speculating about that on the internet from an armchair handwriting analysis perspective. None of it ever solved the case. Even after weeks of poring over old internet postings and web pages, I wasn't able to locate a single piece of useful evidence that could definitively be said to have originated with internet users. Instead, the internet obsessives caused problems for officials working on the case and became the source of some of its most bizarre narratives. Take the case of Susan Bennett, who went by the alias Jameson online. Bennett speculated so prolifically online on the popular Web Sleuths forum and on pages she set up herself that she ended up becoming a figure in the case herself. Despite the fact that Bennett was a housewife living in North Carolina with no legal training whatsoever, her prolific online postings established her as an authority in the case. She was quoted in innumerable newspaper articles in the late '90s and appeared on television. Bennett was the first online amateur sleuth to be given such a prominent platform. Attempts to reach Bennett, if she is still alive, were unsuccessful. Her website is still up, but her email address is defunct and her common name makes her difficult to locate. 3 years after the case opened, Bennett appeared on CBS 48 Hour segment about the case to discredit a so-called handwriting expert's claim that Patsy Ramsey had written the ransom note. It was a curious choice for the television producers to make, given that Bennett herself had no expertise or evidence to counter the findings. She was a civilian like anyone else who'd followed the Ramsey story, but there she was on national television presenting herself as an authority. The only difference between Bennett and any other person who'd been closely following the case was that she'd shared her opinions online. A modern-day phenomenon. Since the era of Sherlock Holmes, private detectives had long been able to influence cases on their own. But the online detective who had no sort of professional training or even long practice is a purely modern phenomenon. The internet changed everything by letting anyone can become a self-appointed expert on the case. Would this be a good time to address appeal to authority logical fallacies? Bennett is just one example. Hundreds of Jonbenet case obsessives scoured documents, then developed theories based on any name they came across. Even though their speculations were often deeply far-fetched, they had the power to affect people's lives, so much so that at least one person took the matter to a court. And if they're referring here to Rod Westmoreland actually, I believe, lost that case. Or then the case was dropped, whatever the case may be. I went over that on the previous episodes. The forgotten suspect. One of the Ramsey's friends brought suit against an anonymous internet commenter who had speculated on his guilt for the murder. And this is indeed, yes, they're talking about Rod Westmoreland. And I believe the case was dropped. The individual who the case was against actually commented on the Mindshock episode on about that, which was also interesting. Some documents in the case are sealed, but the suit appears to have been abandoned after a few filings. The Ramseys and Wood have been involved in a number of lawsuits against tabloids and other media organizations, and typically request that the documents in those proceedings be sealed too. The new wave of coverage promises to reawaken these issues. On Reddit, a Jonbenet subreddit is already starting to catalog the evidence. Speculation is unfolding at a rapid pace, and should the various documentaries turn up any new evidence, online detectives can be relied on to pursue it. After the recent reversal of making a murderer subject Brendan Dassey's conviction, online sleuths feel they have more power and more cause to intervene against injustice than ever. Patsy Ramsey died of cancer in 2006, but John Ramsey is an active participant in several of the projects coming this fall. The speculation promises to be rampant, but at least Ramsey can be said at this point to be used to that. That's a good point as well. And sadly, Brendan Dassey's overturned conviction still has not gotten him out of prison, which is very sad. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock Making a Murderer series in the Stephen Avery case, check that out. The most comprehensive and exhaustive podcast on the Stephen Avery case. So, regarding Susan Bennett, that's kind of the backstory there. I don't know how many rabbit holes I want to go down, but let's go back to the Forums for Justice post I was addressing, which first mentioned Susan Bennett, and the connection, of course, to Kostanek, because this is, of course, a podcast on the Santa Claus theory. We just have to upturn every stone and do a thorough background on all the variables, because this is Mindshock. And if you're listening to Mindshock, you know we get pretty exhaustive and comprehensive in every facet of every case. So, January 97, Jameson 245 appeared on a Jonbenet Ramsey discussion board called the Boulder News Forum. She had information on the case that had not yet been revealed to the public, and other posters wondered where and how she came by this information. For years, no one has been able to make the connection. It didn't help the investigation by amateur sleuths early on that Jameson represented herself as a man. When she was outed as a bread-baking housewife named Susan Bennett from Hickory, North Carolina, and again, Hickory, coincidentally, the town where the duct tape originates from, Jameson made no apologies for the misrepresentation. I mean, can we get around that? So Hickory, how many cities are in the U.S.? So apparently, there are 19,495 incorporated cities, towns, villages in the U.S. So almost 20,000. Apparently, the U.S. Geological Survey recognizes 35,000 cities and towns. Okay, so between 20 and 35,000. I mean, what are the chances? Not only does one of the most prominent online sleuths with a possible shady history, and we'll be examining her connections because there's so much more here. So, yeah, 20 to 35,000 cities, towns, villages, and the most prominent online commenter happens to be from the town that manufactures the duct tape that was used on Jonbenet Ramsey's mouth. Not only that, but the duct tape was manufactured only weeks before being used on Jonbenet's mouth. So November, whatever, 1 month or less. I mean, what does everybody make of that? What are the chances? She just happens to be in Hickory, North Carolina, where the duct tape is manufactured. So between 20 to 35,000 possible cities, towns, and villages where she could be, and she just happens to be in the one where the duct tape is manufactured. And the timeline of the duct tape, I think, makes it even more curious. Because the duct tape, actually not really. If the duct tape had been manufactured the previous year, I mean, that would still be kind of strange. But, I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, this is mind-shocking. This is mind-shock. You come here for mind-shocks, that's a mind-shock. I mean, I don't know if I can get around that one. I mean, the level of coincidence on that is just, it's astronomical. So, continuing on here, Jameson made no apologies for the misrepresentation of posing as a man. She stated simply that her identity was no one's business, and further stated that she was forced to lie to protect her true identity. From whom she was protecting her identity, one has to wonder. Jameson, in fact, required all posters to phone or snail mail her their true identity and $50 in order to post on her forum. Typical Susan Bennett double standard. You know what else is curious? At when did they find out the manufacturer origin of the duct tape? Was it after she already started posting or before? Because I suppose if you have a mentally unhinged individual, if they found out that the duct tape was from their own town, would they become interested in the case? But if she was already in the case, I mean, technically, wasn't ever. I guess everybody could have. I mean, it was so pop. It was just all over the place. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It says January '97. So within weeks, she was already on the discussion board. I mean, was it made public, the manufacturer origin of the duct tape, that early on? I mean, I think they kept a lot under wraps. If that could be nailed down, that'd be very curious. I mean, weird. I mean, she obtained documents and such, but would she have been able to obtain them that early? You know, okay, let's plot this out here. So let's say you're obsessed with the Jonbenet Ramsey case, which many people were and still are. Now, so you're already posting online, you're already unhinged, then you get documents and you found out that the manufacturer of the duct tape was in your own town. I mean, what? That's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the duct tape has to be manufactured somewhere, but again, between 20 and 35,000 cities, towns, and villages where it could possibly be manufactured. And again, we didn't even really get to her shadiness, so let's continue here to why this is even that much more mind-shocking than just some innocent coincidence here. Once her identity was revealed, she made it clear that her last name was in no way connected to Jonbenet Ramsey. Wait. Whoa. Is that her middle name? Wait, that's her... Susan Bennett. Well, okay, wow. And it's both with two N's and two T's, so it's not even... It's exact. What the heck? I don't know, man. The coincidence stack here... I mean, this is mind-shocking even for Mindshock. Jonbenet Ramsey. Her name is Susan Bennett. Bennett spelled the exact same way, two N's, two T's. Wow. Okay. So no connection supposedly was ever made. Okay. For more on early Jameson, do a Google search on Phone Losers, PLA plus Jameson. They still have a lot of the first posts. In the beginning, Jameson had a lot of personal information about the Ramsey family as well as case-related information. For instance, in a few of her early posts on BNF, she alluded to marital problems between Patsy and John. Only someone close to the family would know this, not someone in Hickory, North Carolina with no ties to the Ramsey family. Perhaps a friend of the family in Boulder. Or someone she used to know well that was feeding her information from a friend of the family in Boulder. As it turns out, this is the most likely scenario. The first thread concerning finding more information on Susan Bennett, aka Jameson, was just that, a fact-finding thread. Below, I will give the info that we know now for a fact. We will leave it to the forum members to draw conclusions. Fact, so Susan Bennett and I'm guessing this is her spouse here, lived in the same house owned by a woman, this in Dalton, Massachusetts, because they had the same phone number here, by a woman who moved to Boulder between 94 and 96 and was a volunteer for the local Boulder newspaper. So this woman, apparently her husband had the same maiden name. Apparently her husband had an address in New York that matched Susan Bennett's maiden name. So this individual married this woman, and they lived in an address that was also shared by Susan Bennett in Massachusetts. This woman moved to Boulder between 94 and 96 and was a volunteer for the local Boulder newsletter. Okay. Her address is right next to Barbara Kostanek's address in Boulder. So, of course, Barbara Kostanek, the source of the Secret Santa visit. Is that curious? So apparently a possible male relative of Susan Bennett marries this woman, and they have the same address, phone number, whatever, in Massachusetts, and then they move to Boulder. So this might be Susan Bennett's link here. This is a neighbor of Barbara Kostanek, 0.02 miles from her house. So Barbara Kostanek is the woman who tried to tell Boulder PD that Jonbenet told her on Christmas Eve Santa was going to pay her a secret visit. When the BPD didn't seem interested in this information, which is also weird, Barbara asked Susan Stein to talk to Boulder PD for her. Susan Stein called the Boulder Police Department on Barbara's behalf. One would have to assume only a friend would do this for a friend. So now we have Susan Stein roped into the mix here, which some people find highly suspicious. She was the one who turned police away during the 911 call at the Christmas party. I went over that in previous episodes, so check that out if you haven't checked that out. Okay, so Barbara Kostanek is no stranger to the internet. She has been posting on news groups and about charter school issues since 1997. She posts a lot on news groups dealing with Olympic skating. She was named for an ice skater. It is my opinion, again, I'm still reading here from the Forums for Justice. This post is by VP. It is my opinion that the following posts belong to Barbara Kostanek, but I have no proof that they do. I'm just going by her writing style and the way she always puts her name at the end of her posts. She posts under a few different email addresses. So here are the posts here. I don't often speculate on who killed whom, but in this case, I have a gut feeling that Santa, Bill McReynolds, was somehow involved. He had a perfect cover to come into Jonbenet's room as she was expecting Santa to come in that night. His wife had written a play that I believe eerily mimics, in retrospect, what happened that night, and his alibi has no credibility if you think he did it. Perhaps it is just a reaction to the media blitz demonizing and lying about the parents. Another poster posted this. So this is January 2nd, 2005. Basically, Jonbenet can be placed in the same neighborhood on the next to last day of her life with a person that has close ties to Susan Bennett. Now, where can we go from here? Make a mental note and move on. What would Jameson do if she found out info like this? Okay, so now that we have those possible connections there, there's of course plenty more to examine with the Susan Bennett angle. We're going to be done with her for now, so let's focus back to the Santa Claus theory. This is an article from Bustle, September 19th, 2016, by Caitlin Flynn. Santa Claus was questioned about Jonbenet Ramsey. One of America's most famous unsolved cases is undoubtedly the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey in Boulder, Colorado, and CBS has opened its own investigation with a two-part special, The Case of Jonbenet Ramsey. On the morning of December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey frantically called 911 after a shocking discovery. Ransom note found on the first floor of her home. Her 6-year-old daughter was nowhere to be found. The case has fascinated the nation for the past 20 years, but it remains unsolved. Though at one time, Jonbenet's parents were questioned, they have maintained their innocence and in 2008 were officially cleared of any involvement in the murder and were never the only people investigated. Police investigated a wide variety of individuals in relation to Jonbenet Ramsey's murder, including Bill McReynolds. Though McReynolds, who died in 2002, also maintained his innocence and was cleared of any involvement in her death. In a June 97 Denver Post article, a number of people who knew Jonbenet spoke to the outlet about what she was like as a person, because the 6-year-old murder victim was far more than the pageant star whose glamour shots had been splashed across nearly every print and media outlet in the country. McReynolds is described as the man hired by Patsy to play Santa Claus at the Ramsey's family Christmas parties in 1995 and 1996. He told the Denver Post that when he first met Jonbenet in 95, he was struck by her smile, her pensive, almost retiring demeanor. Wow. Is that a way somebody would describe a child? Pensive, almost retiring. I mean, as I guess maybe in the 1800s. And her angelic glow. McReynolds also stated that Jonbenet had given him a vial of gold glitter at both the 95 and 96 Christmas parties. He's quoted as saying, quote, "The stardust was all I took with me for good luck when I had heart surgery last summer. Her murder was harder on me than my operation. She made a profound change in me. I felt very close to that little girl. I don't really have other children that I have this special relationship with, not even my own children or my own grandchildren. When I die, I'm going to be cremated. I've asked my wife to mix the stardust Jonbenet gave me with my ashes. We're going to go behind the cabin here and have it blow away in the wind." Okay, so how many other child death cases do we have an individual like that involved in? I mean, I can't think of any other one. It seems likely that McReynolds was questioned because, like many others, he had been in the Ramsey home and interacted with Jonbenet in the days leading up to her death. An Associated Press report from March 97 stated that McReynolds and his wife Janet were initially questioned less than 6 weeks after the murder. The outlet reported that on December 26, 1974, the couple's 9-year-old daughter had been kidnapped, along with her friend, and she witnessed the sexual abuse of her friend during the trauma. December 26th. That's a very specific day. I mean, what are the chances? What are the chances that Susan Bennett is from the town where the duct tape was manufactured? Wow. Okay. No one was ever arrested for the crime. The McReynolds vehemently denied any involvement in Jonbenet's murder, and Janet stated that the couple felt sensitive to the horror due to what happened to their own child. According to CNN, an original prosecutor on the Ramsey case claimed that Bill had given Jonbenet a card with the message, "You will receive a special gift after Christmas." The outlet also reported that Janet had penned a play with a few eerie similarities to the case. The plot revolved around a girl who was molested and murdered in her basement. However, the connections turned out to be purely coincidental as both Bill and Janet submitted hair, handwriting, and blood samples and were cleared of any involvement in the crime. Huh. When Bill died in 2002, the Daily Camera emphasized that police sources never considered he or Janet serious suspects. Serious in quotations. However, John and Patsy referred to him as a suspect in their book, The Death of Innocence, and Janet stated that her husband was deeply affected by the suspicion. Quote, he was scarred. He was just so devastated by the mere idea anyone would suspect him of a crime. End quote. She said, according to Bill's obituary in the Daily Camera, at the time of Bill's death, the couple resided in Cape Cod. They reportedly left Boulder in 1998 in order to seek a new beginning far from where the tragic murder occurred. So they left in 98, not 97. So that's obviously less suspicious than leaving immediately after. Unless, I guess, some people could theorize they didn't want to be that suspicious, so they wanted to stick around for over a year, so it would be less suspicious. Also, another curiosity, apparently a different Susan Bennett is actually the voice of Siri. The Apple virtual assistant, whatever you want to call it, is Susan Alice Bennett. Susan Bennett. Of course, I mean, that's a common name, so that actually is not that mind-shocking, but I just thought that was interesting. And of course, Cape Cod is not that close to Dalton, where Susan Bennett apparently also had a residence. So that's curious. Again, what's one of 50 in terms of states that just happened to match where Susan Bennett lived. So it's actually a greater, because out of all the states where Susan Bennett lived, the McReynolds just happened to go. But of course, Cape Cod is a relatively popular destination, so yeah, I mean, if it was more of a no-name town, kind of like Dalton, yeah, if it was Dalton, I mean, but then we're stacking one of 20 to 35,000 in terms of chances of all the towns and cities. But yes, yeah, same state stacked on top of Susan Bennett and the duct tape manufacturer. I mean, this is a lot of coincidences either way. I mean, it's just stacking on and on. It's weird. I mean, it's definitely weird. So let's go to this CNN article. This was August 23rd, 2006. Did Santa Claus kill Jonbenet? Imagine trying to weed through hundreds, maybe thousands of leads to figure out who killed Jonbenet Ramsey. We've heard about some of the suspects over the years, including the Ramseys and their son Burke, but I wanted to know who we hadn't heard much about, so I decided to look into who some of the previous suspects were and why they were cleared. And this was written by Randy Kay, CNN correspondent, by the way. 2 days before Jonbenet Ramsey died, Bill McReynolds played Santa Claus at her home. After her death, investigators instantly became curious about McReynolds and his wife Janet, who had played Mrs. Claus. Huh. Is that a detail that's forgotten, that his wife played Mrs. Claus as well? So they were both there? Back in 97, McReynolds told the Colorado television station, I know I didn't do it. Not I didn't do it, but I know I didn't do it. Curious words. But for investigators, there were too many eerie connections between the McReynolds and the Ramseys to just drop it. Trip DeMuth, one of the original prosecutors on the case, I mean, that's a name we don't see that often. His name is Trip. Told me that Santa Bill gave Jonbenet a card that read, you will receive a special gift after Christmas. Now that is curious, especially when you couple that with the glitter dust or whatever and the special relationship he claimed to have with Jonbenet. Now he's giving us cards that's saying she's not going to receive a special gift for Christmas. She's going to receive a special gift after Christmas. How many Santa Clauses have given children cards that read, you will receive a special gift after Christmas? How many want to be mixed with, how many want their ashes mixed with gifts children have given them? how many have a history that on that exact day that a child died, December 26th, years ago, they had their own daughter kidnapped? I mean, this is just weird. I mean, the coincidence stack is stratospheric here. I mean, I really don't know what to make of this. What do all the Mindshock listeners think? Because this is all extremely mind-shocking. The Mindshocks just don't stop coming. Statements like that led me to have some sort of suspicion. What was going on between Santa Bill and Jonbenet? Again, he's an individual who was involved with her, had an interest in her, and was seen with her shortly before the murder. DeMuth said, investigators were intrigued by the fact that McReynolds' daughter had been abducted 22 years before Jonbenet's death to the day. And Janet McReynolds had written a play about a child who was molested in her basement, then murdered. I mean, this is quite a coincidence stack. This is quite a coincidence stack. The couple gave their hair, handwriting, blood samples, but were eventually cleared thanks to DNA tests. And again, the DNA tests are very fallible. So I don't know if it's... a lot of people have blind faith in the infallibility of this fallible human technology known as DNA testing, which is constantly proven wrong. All of these exonerations are happening because previous generation DNA technology is very fallible, but they like to throw around these numbers like 99% accuracy, 99.9. It might be closer to like 50% accurate. So even if it's 60, 70, 80% accurate, that's nowhere near 100%. So it's more useful to exclude possibilities then prove who actually did it, because who actually did it, there might be many, many people who can match that sample. So I really don't know why people have such blind religious faith in DNA testing, because every new generation of DNA testing technology is proven more fallible than purported at the time it comes out. So I don't understand how so many goofs can be so silly in assuming this is definitive. So anyway, Bill McReynolds died back in 2002. Another man, Michael Helgoth, was also a prime suspect. He was a Colorado native who died shortly after the murder, but his death left more questions than answers. I'll be doing an episode on him as well. It appeared to be a suicide, but what about the stun gun discovered next to his body? Investigators believe a stun gun had been used on Jonbenet as well. Prosecutor DeMuth told me this about Helgoth. I remember that he had footwear that was consistent with the footprint evidence. He had a stun gun. He had reportedly made statements to a friend very similar to the type of statements we're hearing about today in the press with the arrest of John Carr. Even more strange, a baseball cap with the letters SBTC was found near Helgoth's body. Those are the same letters found in the ransom note at the Ramsey home. DeMuth says he believes Helgoth's DNA was tested and didn't match up. All of this leaves me wondering, will John Mark Carr finally lead to closure in the case, or just add himself to the list of names that never panned out? And we, of course, since this was published August 23rd, 2006, obviously John Mark Carr is believed by many that it was just a false confession, even though there's quite a few curiosities. Now, here's a theory that doesn't get talked about a lot, and I will be examining this further in further episodes. Is it possible that there was a ring of child abusers? And of course, now in the post-Epstein era, coincidence theorists have been proven wrong so many times now. In the past, all these authority-worshipping cultist coincidence theorists would write off any notion of such a theory. But we even have the Ghislaine Maxwell connection to Jonbenet, if that really was her in the photo. Again, if you haven't checked that out in the Mindshock podcast, check that out. There's a photo circulating that may or may not be Ghislaine Maxwell. Unlike other goofs, I don't hallucinate I know anything for sure. The motto of the entire Mindshock podcast is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. How are we going to hallucinate to know? If you weren't there, you don't know, period. You can assume, you can have blind faith in certain reports. How often are those correct? But yeah, all of this is curious, but is it possible that Helgoth was involved? John Mark Carr possibly knew those who were involved? Again, he's from Atlanta. Is it the rumor true that his wife was giving birth the same time that Patsy Ramsey was giving birth? They were both there, and he actually does know John Ramsey. I touched upon that in previous episodes. But also, in terms of the coincidence stack, we have the SBTC. Why does it keep popping up? I mean, we have the John Mark Carr, although highly circumstantial, shall be the conqueror, and he wrote that in somebody's yearbook, SBTC. We have Helgoth with the SBTC hat. We have the SBTC in Glenn Meyer's military photograph in the basement of the Neighbors. Then we also have Chris Wolf, that journalist whose ex-girlfriend said that he murdered JonBenet, and the handwriting kind of sort of looks similar. Apparently he had a t-shirt, SBTC. And then, of course, John Ramsey's own history at Subic Bay Training Center. I mean, how many SBTCs are popping up? Now, again, what is the ratio of probability here? Let's take any 4 acronyms. Why are we not seeing them all over the place, whereas it seems like we're seeing SBTC everywhere? Also, the phone book and the Saved by the Cross possibilities, that just all these possible connections. Again, 1 or 2 by themselves doesn't mean a lot, but why aren't we seeing other acronyms all over the place? It seems like it's only this one that's popping up everywhere. And people are saying, oh, well, that's because we're not looking for other ones. Okay, let's throw out some other acronyms, see how often you spot them in the case on people's hats and shirts and photographs. So here's another article by Christine Reed, camera staff writer, The Daily Camera, September 9th, 2002. Ramsey case, Santa Claus figure dead at 72. The Santa Claus figure in the Jonbenet Ramsey case died over the weekend from a heart attack. Bill McReynolds was found dead in his Mashpee, Massachusetts home Monday by his wife Janet when she returned home from a weekend trip. He was 72. McReynolds, a former University of Colorado journalism professor, portrayed Santa Claus at the Ramseys' home for the 3rd consecutive year in 96. Wow, so that wasn't his 2nd year, that was his 3rd year. So I guess he was intimately familiar with their home. He had been there multiple times. 2 nights before the 6-year-old was found slain. JonBenet's death in some respects paralleled the plot of a play McReynolds' wife had written before the killing. Authorities collected hair and handwriting samples from the couple in the first few months following the killing, but police sources say they did not consider the McReynolds serious suspects. That's curious. They phrased that they didn't consider them serious suspects. They didn't say they didn't consider them suspects. The Ramseys, however, called McReynolds a suspect in their book Death of Innocence, The Untold Story of JonBenet's Murder and How Its Exploitation Compromised the Pursuit of Truth. Wow, what a title. Janet McReynolds said Wednesday that her husband's involvement in the infamous case was the greatest trial of his life. He was scarred. He was just so devastated by the mere idea anyone would suspect him of a crime, she said. McReynolds' death was sudden, his wife said, although he had undergone a bypass operation and a replacement of an aorta valve in 96. He was born in Donna, Texas in 1930 and received his degree in journalism from the University of Texas. After a stint in the Army, I wonder if he has any connections to John Ramsey. After a stint in the Army, McReynolds returned to his alma mater and taught for 5 years before moving to Minneapolis to attend the University of Minnesota. He earned his doctorate in American Studies and was hired by CU's journalism department in 1968. The couple spent the next 30 years in Boulder raising 3 children. Is it weird that he stated that he had a special connection with JonBenet that he didn't even have with his own children or grandchildren? I mean, he's got 3 kids. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird thing to say. I mean, he could just be a weird, eccentric guy that had absolutely nothing to do with this violent crime. Very possible. After his retirement from CU in 1992, the couple moved to Rollinsville. That is where McReynolds' fascination with Santa Claus began, said his wife. He really took on the role as his life goal. Janet McReynolds said, he loved being Santa, he loved little children, and then the Ramsey case destroyed that career and just devastated him. He loved that little girl. It was a very sad thing in his life because he genuinely loved children and it was the happiest part of his life. McReynolds' big heart made him a popular instructor, said Doug Cosper, who taught with him at CU. Some of his students kept relationships with him their entire lives, Cosper said. When the Ramsey story happened, he was hurt very badly, and that's when they had to leave Colorado. He said they felt they couldn't live here anymore, but they didn't move. Wow, they didn't move for over a year. When the couple moved to the small town on Cape Cod in 98, McReynolds left his role of Santa Claus, his wife said. Instead, the grandfather of 6 filled his time helping the elderly at the local senior center. He made a new start. He was beloved by many people here, said Janet McReynolds. Of course, he would never get over what happened to him. He would never fully recover from that kind of suspicion. Was the suspicious really that great, though? I mean, obviously there was a couple of tabloids, but did people really consider him the number one suspect? I mean, a lot of the suspicion was, of course, on the parents, on Burke, on all these other individuals, serial killers, pedophile, all these like sex offenders, whatever. There were so many other suspects. Was he really prime suspect number one? I mean, I don't think he was. I mean, are any of the Mindshock listeners from the Boulder area who were there at the time? Was he really paraded around as the number one suspect by everybody? I don't think he was. All right, let's look at more info from acandyrose.com. This is a pretty extensive compendium about information in the Jonbenet Ramsey case. So Bill McReynolds, retired CU journalism professor, 68 to 92. He grew his long natural white beard when cast as a tavern owner in the play Les Miserables for the University of Boulder Church. He was hired by Marilyn House to play Santa at the mall. So this was the same Santa. Wow, this was the same Santa that Kostanek's daughter saw at the mall. The plot thickens. So the mall Santa is the same Santa that's hired by the Ramseys. I mean, it actually doesn't say which mall, so maybe not. It says, it just says at the mall. It doesn't say which mall, but how many malls are there in that neighborhood, or did the Kostaneks go farther out to the mall? So maybe the same Santa. Huh. He played Ramsey's Santa 94, 95, and 96. Bypass heart surgery August 23rd, 96 at St. Joseph Hospital. Bill gave the Ramseys Santa's simplest gift, a revised 95 taped Christmas story he wrote. Both Janet and Bill McReynolds were invited by the Ramseys to attend Jonbenet's memorial service. Curious, so apparently they did not suspect them, or did investigators tell the Ramseys to invite potential suspects so they can monitor their behavior at the funeral? That's a lot of things people don't talk about, but in high-profile cases, or possibly even low-profile cases, the murderers often attend the funerals of those they murdered, and astute investigators, highly trained investigators, will often attend the funerals of the victims in order to see who shows up and how they behave. There's no reason to suggest that here. I just threw that out there as a possibility. I'm not saying that's true in any way. Or the Ramseys simply don't suspect them at all, and that's why they invited them. But at some later point, they suspect, or did they just throw out their names to cast suspicions off themselves, whether guilty or innocent? So regardless of whether the Ramseys are innocent or guilty, they might have thrown insinuations in the McReynolds' direction to get the attention off of them. John Ramsey suggested Bill McReynolds as Santa fed Jonbenet pineapple while he drank tea the night she was murdered. He also suggested SBTC was really SBJC, Santa Bill Janet Claus. Well, that's a stretch. Wow. Wow. I don't know what to make of that. That does not make a lot of sense. See, unlike all the other potential SBTCs, I mean, this one, I don't even think that should be seriously considered. And this is Mindshock where we consider everything. I mean, that's just, there doesn't seem to be anything there. That's weird. But here's another possibility. Let's throw this out there out of all the possible theories. Is it possible Bill McReynolds, completely innocent, and he's just an old-timer guy that really just likes Jonbenet Ramsey because he sees her as just like a really great kid, maybe a pure soul, something of that nature. He has no ill intent of any kind. He never had a negative thought in her direction, would never harm her in any way, and he just got a kick out of making kids happy and being Santa Claus. Did he really break in or go to the Ramseys' home at night? Did he really feed her the pineapple? And then he left. And then someone else killed her. Is that a possibility? And he obviously could never admit that because that would paint him as suspect number one. But if he really got a kick out of playing Santa, maybe he wanted to really play Santa and actually go to their home in the middle of the night and just, I guess, make a kid happy? I don't know. That's weird. But is that a possibility? So he could still theoretically be 100% innocent of any wrongdoing, of any harming of Jonbenet of any kind. Some more notes here on acandyrose.com. Date 12/25/95. Jonbenet gave Santa house tour, gave him glitter she called stardust from the train room basement area for his beard. She called him Old Sam. Interesting. So the previous Christmas, Jonbenet gave Bill McReynolds a tour of their house, and the glitter she gave him, which she called stardust, specifically came from the basement area. And it was for his beard for some reason. Okay. Bill McReynolds' own 9-year-old daughter, Jill, was kidnapped December 26, 1974. I mean, how can anybody completely write that off, though? I mean, without getting into the other, let's say there was nothing weird ever said by McReynolds. Let's say he never gave Jonbenet Ramsey the card. Let's say there was no secret visit from Santa. Let's remove all those coincidences. And let's pretend there's only one. His own 9-year-old daughter was kidnapped December 26th. That's a tough one to overcome, even without the extra stack, even without the extra coincidence stack. This is weird. This is really weird. Okay, so apparently he visited adult bookstores. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing that's from people who saw him there or said they did, even if it wasn't him. McReynolds was hired to do Ramsey adult parties. I don't know what that means. As in even parties when there were no kids? He was in the 1995 Christmas parade. So as Santa, he's in the Christmas parade the previous year. He's also a mall Santa. We don't have the exact mall. Wow. Also a note here on A Candy Rose. The Ramseys hired investigators to stake out the McReynolds home. Curious. Actually, so there is a note here that McReynolds was Boulder DA Mary Lacey's prime suspect, dating back to the summer of 98. So that's curious. If they moved that summer in 98, is that because there was some kind of announcement of him as a prime suspect? Curious. So he did give fingerprints and blood and hair samples and handwriting samples. So Rocky Mountain News article, February 7th, 97, said that he was eliminated by his handwriting, but on Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, page 313, his handwriting is listed as questionable. So his alibi is apparently sleeping at home 10 p.m. All right, so Janet McReynolds. Janet went with her husband Bill to the Ramsey 96 Christmas party because he was just getting over major bypass heart surgery. 22 years prior, December 26, 74, her 9-year-old daughter, Jill, was kidnapped. Janet said the Ramseys invited them to Jonbenet's funeral memorial. Christmas night was spent with her daughter, Jo, granddaughter, Vicky, son-in-law, Al, granddaughter, Willow. So Janet said they had a Spain trip planned in June 96. Her play, copyrighted Hey Rube, R-U-B-E, fictional account, 1965 basement murder of Sylvia Likens, Indianapolis, Indiana. So she stated December 23rd, 1996 was the first and only time she had seen Jonbenet Ramsey. So was she not at the previous year's Christmas parade, or was Jonbenet not at the previous year's Christmas parade? Okay, so she had this play, and it's curious. So her 9-year-old daughter Jill was kidnapped December 26th. Okay. So was writing this play, I mean, do people who've had bad things happen to their children normally write plays like this? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. She also gave all the samples, same alibi, sleeping 10 p.m. Okay, so Tristan McReynolds was Santa's son, Bill McReynolds' son. Tristan first met Patsy when he delivered a gingerbread house to the Ramseys from his bakery in Basemar Shopping Center. Once Patsy came into the bakery to ask about his father's health in 1996. So, okay, yeah, Tristan had his dad take a gingerbread house to the Ramseys 2 days after Christmas in 94. Bill pretended to be Santa's brother during that trip. Curious. So Santa's got a brother, Santa's got a wife. They're really running with the whole Santa theme here. Okay, so Jesse McReynolds, the other son, he was in prison 2.5 years for conspiracy, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping, and had no corroborated alibi for Christmas night 96. Curious. So Bill McReynolds' other son was actually in prison for conspiracy, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. So the former kidnapping charge was a botched $113 gas station robbery in Arizona, where he forced the clerk to move from point A to point B, thus the kidnapping charge. So he didn't actually kidnap a child or anything like that. And he gave samples as well. And supposedly his handwriting sample was also eliminated. So his alibis, he went home, drank scotch, took prescription medication, and went to bed. That's what he did. Wow, that's what he did Christmas night. Curious. Also, keep in mind, Glenn Meyer did stop by the Christmas party. We went over Glenn Meyer as well. Lot of coincidences. Lot of potential suspects. So let's make another point here on Bill McReynolds and Joe Barnhill's DNA. Barnhill is, of course, the neighbor who had Glenn Meyer living in his basement. So this is from the Jonbenet subreddit. This was a post by Justice for JR. Bill McReynolds and Joe Barnhill's DNA could not be excluded. According to Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, McReynolds and Barnhill's DNA could not be excluded, page 182. Bill McReynolds, a.k.a. Santa Bill. Bill McReynolds played Santa at several Ramsey holiday parties and knew the family well. McReynolds was named by the Ramseys as one of 5 people worthy of further investigation. Janet McReynolds, wife of Santa Bill, had a daughter who had been kidnapped and sexually assaulted 22 years to the day before Jonbenet's death. The ransom note is made up of primarily of movie quotes. Janet is a movie critic. You know what else is really, really troublesome? See, if it had been Christmas Eve or 2 days after or New Year's Eve, that would still be slightly suspicious because it was around the same time. But the exact day, that's a problem. I mean, I guess that's not a problem for coincidence theorists, but if you're not a coincidence theorist, that's a problem. That's a problem. But just continuing on here with this post here. Bill McReynolds' DNA could not be excluded. Neither could Joe Barnhill, next door neighbor of the Ramseys. Joe Barnhill claimed he saw John Andrew Ramsey outside the home. Was this an attempt to frame John Andrew in the murder? Joe Barnhill had easy access to the home, says he watched TV, went to bed. Can this be proven? Barnhill's hands were crippled bad with palsy that he couldn't give police handwriting sample. What a coincidence he couldn't give a handwriting sample. Not necessarily. I mean, he was really old, so that's something that's totally believable. Although, if he was the perpetrator, and obviously I'm not alleging he was in any way, but that would be convenient to pretend he did. But if there was a true investigation, of course, they would have had his doctor and all of that verified. Okay. So apparently Jameson had Ollie Gray's files, which included McReynolds' DNA results. So Jameson 245, I mean, are we assuming this is the Jameson? Possibly. I assure you that Joe Barnhill Sr., Joe Barnhill Jr., and Santa Bill McReynolds were all cleared totally, not just by DNA, but also by handwriting, prints, and hair. And another point here, what prints are they talking about? And if there was more than one culprit, how can you say they were cleared? So if there was more than one individual, and of course these tests are not infallible in the first place, but let's say they're infallible, just to appease the coincidence theorists. Let's pretend they're infallible just for a moment. Unless you can prove it was only a single perpetrator, that doesn't exonerate anybody. But anyway, continuing on here, that is not just from the lab tests for DNA, but for other files. Yes, their lab reports clear them, but we are not supposed to depend only on a DNA case when there were two people there that night. These guys were thoroughly investigated by BPD and others, and all those named were cleared. Jesse McReynolds as well. And then, of course, the case encyclopedia, JonbenetRamsey.pbworks.com, states otherwise. So here's interesting. This is very interesting. So here's the DNA testing timeline. So DNA samples collected in 1997. All of the original samples of DNA collected from family and close friends were collected in early 1997, starting in mid-January. What? I mean, that's kind of late. I mean, that's weeks after? That's weird. Okay. New technology, 1999. In 1999, FBI released a new technology called short tandem repeat to profile DNA. It uses 13 markers to raise the probability that a random selected individual would match it to 1 in 1 quintillion. And again, we've gone over some of that math. If you haven't checked out DNA for Dummies in the Stephen Avery series, there's 2 episodes on that. Make sure you check that out. We go in depth on how all of these examined. 2001 testing. The new testing is allowed after a legal battle in Colorado's courts. And Jonbenet's underwear is analyzed again, resulting between 1 and 2 markers out of 13 being identified. Okay. So there's 2 different blood spots. So 2003 testing, a second blood spot on Jonbenet's underwear tested, resulting in between 9 and 10 markers on the spot to be defined. So anybody cleared before 2003 was not really cleared because they only had between 1 and 2 out of 13 markers. So if they had all 13 markers, then a wrong match would be 1 in 1 quintillion, allegedly. And again, that's based on extrapolated data. And again, if you haven't checked out the DNA for Dummies, make sure you check that out. Submissions to CODIS. The genetic fingerprint meets the threshold to be placed in a national database, combined DNA indexing system, or CODIS, which holds DNA profiles of those convicted in most states of certain crimes. Male DNA under fingerprints. Findings. The coroner took nail clippings from Jonbenet. Male DNA was found under Jonbenet's right hand fingernail that does not match that of any Ramseys. So again, these markers, if they're more useful at excluding individuals than, so because many individuals could match it, but the value of a lot of this DNA technology is excluding possible suspects. But just because it matches somebody doesn't mean they're guilty. But if it doesn't match, there's more of a possibility that if the test is relatively accurate, then it's true that it doesn't match. Again, not 100%. No test is 100%, but okay, defendants also assert that male DNA was found under Jonbenet's left hand fingernail, which also does not match any of the Ramseys. And this information is, of course, from various books, which may or may not be accurate. This is consistent with internet poster Margou's screen capture showing a mix of DNA. Only 3 of the 13 DNA samples submitted. Huh. So they had 13 DNA samples. Curious. Defensive Flesh internet poster Mame has asserted that Lou Smith told her there was defensive flesh found under Jonbenet Ramsey's fingernails, his term. Internet poster Evening 2 disagrees and believes that when Lou Smith referred to Jonbenet getting a piece of her killer, he wasn't talking about flesh, just that his DNA was there, that's all. So, of course, I guess that would be in Lou Smith's files. Male DNA found. In addition, male DNA was found in Jonbenet's underwear that does not match any of the Ramseys and has not yet been sourced. So this is Carnes, 2003. No match found to date. The Boulder Police Department has yet to identify the male whose DNA was found at the crime scene. Saliva. According to internet poster Margou, Lynn Wood reported in a chat session that the DNA in the underwear probably was saliva. Several news sources have also suggested the male DNA was from saliva, including Denver Post, People's Daily Online, and Taipei Times. I mean, this is going all the way to Taipei. I mean, this case, wow. Okay. So, that's curious. So, yeah, they said DNA sample, but... But according to other sources, there are blood spots on Jonbenet's underwear. Blood spots. Okay, continuing on with the DNA timeline here. Factory worker DNA, unnamed investigators' view. Investigators in the Ramsey case believe that the male DNA recovered from the slain child's underwear may not be critical evidence at all and instead could have been left at the time of the clothing's manufacture. In exploring that theory, investigators obtained unopened controlled samples of identical underwear manufactured at the same plant in Southeast Asia, tested them, and found human DNA in some of those new, unused panties. I mean, that's curious. I mean, that's what science is all about. It's about control. So if all this brand new underwear has human DNA in it, I mean, that definitely, I mean, it's possible, but without knowing, supposedly these are blood stains, though. So you would think that they wouldn't have blood stains. If there was saliva, obviously that's a little bit more likely that it might have been a factory worker. But, okay. Tom Bennett's view. Former DA investigator Tom Bennett. Wow. Hold on a second. Wait, why are there so many Bennetts here? So it's John Ramsey Bennett. And they all spell Bennett the same way, too. It's like some of them could have at least added an E. They're all identical spellings. We have Susan Bennett, Tom Bennett. So if the Boulder DA investigator Tom Bennett is actually related to Susan Bennett, that would explain a lot of things, too. And they have friends in the Boulder area. That could explain a lot of her insider knowledge. But continuing on here, the Tom Bennett's former Boulder DA investigator Tom Bennett stated in 2004, the DNA on the underwear, although other investigators apparently said that Susan Bennett was not related to the other individuals here. I don't know if they checked Tom Bennett. I would think they do. I mean, he's a Boulder DA investigator, but who knows? The DNA on the underwear may be from the killer, but it may not be, Bennett said. It's minute DNA, like from a cough or sneeze. So he's stating it's not blood here. You can't just jump to the conclusion it's positive proof that it will trace back to the killer. Michael Cain's view. In November 2002, it was reported There is always a possibility that it got there through human handling, former prosecutor Michael Caine told the News. You have to ask yourself the possible ways that it got there, whether it was in the manufacture, the packaging or distribution, or whether it was someone in the retail store who took it out to look at them, said Caine, who ran a 13-month grand jury investigation which yielded no indictments. DNA expert Barry Scheck's view. Likewise, attorney Barry Scheck has asserted we don't know whether that's saliva or what, whether that's skin cells, it could be DNA from the original manufacturer of the underwear. Panty DNA commingled with blood. On November 19, 2002, an AP report stated, Ramsey attorney Linwood said that the theory is meritless. The DNA was found commingled with blood, he said. And what happens in that case? So if it's a factory worker's DNA mixed with the DNA of the killer or possibly one of the killers, if that's a degraded sample, again, we're dealing with fallible human technology here. If that information is coming back as DNA, can it be trusted? And can you truly exclude anybody when the DNA sequence is not even an accurate sequence? Because if it's mixed, I mean, that could be all sorts of fudging. I mean, that's just, how can accuracy be guaranteed in that situation? Possible match with fingernail DNA. Okay, this is getting interesting now. The same AP report, so this is November 19, 2002, stated that its genetic markers may match evidence taken from fingernails on both of Jonbenet's hands. There are common markers as to all three that would suggest they are from the same source. He, Linwood, said. According to CBS News, the crime lab has 2 spots of Jonbenet's blood found on the underwear she was wearing the night of the murder. Mixed in with that blood is the DNA of an unknown person. It has taken years to isolate, but forensic scientists in Colorado now have a complete DNA profile of the killer. They know the killer is male. What they don't know is his name. Augustin and Gray are convinced that the DNA sample belongs to Jonbenet's killer because of a small amount of matching DNA that was also found under the 6-year-old murder victim's fingernails. See, now we're getting a little bit more scientific, because if the DNA sequence matches the sequence under her fingernails, then it's not a factory worker. Unless someone wants to allege that the factory worker traveled to Boulder and killed her there. Although, and with what kind of duct tape that he lifted from another duct tape factory in North Carolina, that's, wow. I mean, this is the Jonbenet Ramsey case. Mind-shocking across the board. But no, I'm not alleging that theory is true. Panty DNA much more than trace amount. Moreover, in a November 30th, 1996 letter to Westward, Carol Martin of Walnut Creek, California, claims to have written and gotten a reply from the producer of 48 Hours to complain about their November 28th show involving Michael Tracy and Lou Smith. She asserted the most interesting thing the producer said was that while traces of DNA have been found in unopened packages of underwear, the foreign DNA in Jonbenet's was 10 to 12 times that amount. Okay, now we're getting more scientific. So if that's true, then it is the perpetrator's DNA. Trip DeMuth, in a 48 Hours interview aired on November 25th, 2006, commented on the DNA evidence. How likely is it that it would be anybody but the killer? I think it's highly unlikely that it would be anybody else but the killer. Okay, Caucasian DNA. DNA race detection now possible? Widespread media reports. It has been reported in newspapers across the globe that Caucasian DNA was found. If true, this would appear to rule out an Asian factory worker explanation. Linwood, November 19, 2002. AP report. Ramsey attorney Linwood stated the DNA found in Jonbenet's underwear is male and Caucasian. Although I guess it is theoretically possible that there might be a couple of Caucasian factory workers in all of Asia. There might be a couple. I mean, I don't know. Guardian Unlimited, a drop of Jonbenet's blood found in her underpants was mixed with the DNA of a Caucasian male, according to Guardian Unlimited, June 25th, 2006. Rocky Mountain News, investigators recover a DNA sample of an unknown Caucasian male from Jonbenet's underwear. This was Rocky Mountain News, August 29, 2006. BBC, DNA from a white Caucasian male was found mixed with Jonbenet's blood in blood spots on her clothing, according to BBC, August 29, 2006. No official leaks of DNA race test. A new technique was used in 2004 to infer that the killer of Susanna Chase, a UC Boulder student killed less than 1 year after Jonbenet Ramsey, was American Indian or Hispanic. It has not been reported whether police used the same technique to access the DNA evidence in Jonbenet Ramsey's case. It would seem surprising that they had not, but conversely, it would seem surprising that such a fact would not have been leaked by now, given that this information was disclosed in the Savannah Chase case. No mention in-car arrest warrant. However, the August 2006 arrest in the John Marcar case did not state that the DNA was Caucasian, merely that it was male. Okay, I mean, that's not really damning either way. Fox News report, December 26th, Carol McKinley of Fox News reported one piece of information which has been seen as a major clue, but which is wrong, is that the DNA which was in Jonbenet's underwear came from a Caucasian male. Truth is, it was never, ever tested for race because there's not enough. And if it's tested, it will be used up. All we know is it belongs to a male, but we don't know what ethnicity it is. This was stated by McKinley during an exclusive interview with Tom Wickman, former BPD detective and grand jury BPD representative, but it is not clear whether he was the source. Internet poster Mame has stated Tom Wickman has no idea about the DNA. He left this case so many years ago, long before the newer DNA testing was done. How can he possibly comment on the state of the DNA evidence? At this point, he can't. However, Internet poster JLS has argued Wickman was the evidence man. I think he would know more about the evidence than Lyd Wood or Michael Tracy. Mame tried to claim that he wasn't around the case for long, but according to Candy, he worked on the case till 2002. He was also an investigator for the grand jury. In terms of case knowledge, Wickman is probably a better source than Lou Smith. Was the DNA planted? And that's something we haven't looked at either. Yeah, I mean, again, if you follow the Stephen Avery case, the most common frame jobs are done by switching labels in a lab. So theoretically, let's say the Ramseys did it. Let's say it's John Ramsey's DNA. Could he have paid somebody, or there was someone in his circle of influence to swap out the DNA in the lab? So they took the actual DNA. They have the real DNA sample. When it got to the lab, somebody swapped a label. Now all of a sudden, it's other DNA. John Ramsey's DNA is nowhere to be found, theoretically. Again, I'm not saying John Ramsey did it, but theoretically, if there was a planting or switch of the DNA, I mean, it's the coincidence theorists always think it's so outlandish, but in the Stephen Avery case, too, I'll be looking at other cases. I mean, there's thousands of cases, of known cases where this has happened. I believe it was thousands, if not hundreds. So, but those are the ones they found out about. So I don't know if they only found out about a couple hundred so they can extrapolate that it was thousands that this occurred in, just in the U.S. or in the world that has not been found out about. But, because who wants to look bad? If it was a state crime lab, whatever. But to say that it's impossible that some rich guy paid to have a label switched in a lab, obviously it's not impossible. Now, whether it actually happened, I mean, that's something different. So here we have who has submitted DNA blood samples. John Ramsey, Patsy Ramsey, John Andrew Ramsey, Melinda Ramsey, Burke Ramsey, Jeff Ramsey. Ramsey Friends and Neighbors, Joe Barnhill Sr., Joe Barnhill Jr., Jay Elofsky, Barbara Fernie, John Fernie, Mike Glenn, Jack Logan, William McReynolds, Glenn Meyer, Glenn Stein, Roxanne Walker, Stuart Walker, Fleet White, and Priscilla White. So Susan Stein has not given her sample. Curious. People who worked for the Ramseys who've given blood samples: Linda Hoffman Pugh, Mervyn Pugh. Others: Gary Oliva. So curious, it doesn't say John Marcar. I mean, you would think they have, unless this is not accurate. Who has been cleared by DNA? According to CBS News, 60 people have been cleared. So Ramsey family members, the DNA does not match any of the known Ramseys. Apparently, the DNA has also cleared Fleet White and Priscilla White and Mervyn Pugh. But not Linda Hoffman Pugh. Wow, that's curious. Okay, who has not been cleared by DNA? According to Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, McReynolds and Barnhill's DNA could not be excluded, page 182. Okay. Some more curiosities here. Where blood was found. According to a report, blood was found on Jonbenet Ramsey's body, which was wiped down, leaving little trace. What does that mean? Jonbenet Ramsey's nightshirt samples 5A, 5B. Jonbenet Ramsey's panties sample number 7. In the autopsy report, it is stated the underwear is urine stained. The inner aspect of the crotch are several red areas of staining, measuring up to 0.5 inches in maximum dimension. Thus, the exact number of blood spots is not known, but at least 2 of the spots tested to date have found commingled foreign DNA. Also, the white blanket covering Jonbenet Ramsey, sample number 16A, the nightgown found next to Jonbenet Ramsey, samples number 17A and 17C. All blood evidence is from Jonbenet Ramsey. DNA testing appears to indicate all blood evidence belongs to Jonbenet Ramsey. There is intermingled DNA with Jonbenet Ramsey's blood spots on the panties, but investigators believe the foreign DNA may be saliva and no one has reported it to be blood. Okay, well, that makes it more complicated because if it's her blood spots mixed with other DNA, then they're saying blood spots, but that doesn't mean blood DNA. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So let's check out some articles while we're on the DNA timeline here. This is from 9news.com. 25 years after Jonbenet Ramsey's death, Boulder police continue to examine DNA evidence. So it's just from a couple days ago. The department said they are actively reviewing genetic DNA testing processes to see if they can be applied to the case. The Boulder Police Department has analyzed nearly 1,000 DNA samples in their 25-year investigation into the death of Jonbenet Ramsey and is actively reviewing DNA testing processes to see if they can be applied to the case, the department said Monday. It's been 25 years since the 6-year-old Jonbenet was found dead in the basement of her family's home on December 26, 1996. Her murderer still hasn't been found. In a statement Monday, the department said they have processed more than 1,500 pieces of evidence related to Jonbenet's death. That evidence has included the analysis of nearly 1,000 DNA samples, BPD said. Thanks to the huge advances in DNA technology, multiple suspects have been run through the system to check for matches, BPD said in the release. CBI has updated over 750 reference samples with the latest DNA technology. The Boulder Police Department works closely with CBI on future DNA advancements. Additionally, Boulder police have worked with CBI to ensure that the DNA in the system can be compared correctly to new DNA samples that have been uploaded to ensure accuracy, the statement continued. That DNA is checked regularly for any new matches. As the department continues to use new technology to enhance the investigation, it is actively reviewing genetic DNA processes to see if these can be applied to the case moving forward. In 2016, then BPD Chief Greg Testa said the department had 1,500 pieces of evidence, including 200 DNA samples. They had traveled to 18 states to interview more than 1,000 people and followed up on 20,000 tips, Testa said at the time. The Major Crimes Unit has now received, reviewed, and investigated more than 21,016 tips, it's a very specific number, traveled to 19 states, and interviewed or spoken with more than 1,000 people as part of the investigation, the department said Monday. Okay, curious. Okay, another article here from the New York Post. DNA enhancements may solve the Jonbenet Ramsey killing 25 years later, December 22nd, 2021, Joshua Rhett Miller. Cops in Colorado are still actively working to solve the cold case murder of Jonbenet Ramsey and believe DNA evidence could be the key to identifying her killer 25 years later. Boulder police provided an update in the infamous Unsolved Mystery Monday, saying investigators have processed more than 1,500 pieces of evidence in the 6-year-old's slaying. Jonbenet was found dead in the basement of her family's home December 26, 1996, and an autopsy revealed she had been strangled. The investigation has included the analysis of nearly 1,000 DNA samples as of this month, and multiple suspects have been compared for possible matches thanks to significant advances in DNA technology, department officials said. So again, just because people were cleared with the more fallible, inaccurate DNA technology, that doesn't mean they would be cleared with the more accurate technology. That's something a lot of people forget to keep in mind. Boulder police are also working with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation on future DNA advancements to hopefully make a break in the case that has long stymied detectives. As the department continues to use new technology to enhance the investigation, it is actively reviewing genetic DNA testing processes to see if those can be applied to the case moving forward, Boulder police said in a statement. Cops in Boulder have looked into more than 2,100 tips, letters, and emails connected to the case, visiting 19 states. Okay. Police have said Jonbenet was found dead hours after she was reported missing by her mother. The family had discovered a ransom note inside their home, demanded $118,000 in payment. Evidence later showed that the blonde girl who competed in beauty pageants had been struck in the head, strangled, and sexually assaulted, the newspaper reported. Jonbenet's parents, Patsy and John, were initially eyed by Boulder police in her slaying, but were later cleared in 2008 along with their son Burke after DNA evidence collected from the girl's clothing matched an unknown male. 2 years earlier, Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer, age 49. The Ramseys have insisted an intruder killed their daughter, although no one has ever been charged in the slaying. In 2016, Georgia man John Mark Carr was arrested in Thailand after falsely confessing to killing the 6-year-old beauty pageant star. The case was later dropped because Carr's DNA didn't link him to the grisly slaying, so his DNA was compared. But again, if this was fallible DNA technology, or if this is a mix of DNA, could his DNA truly be accurately excluded? Burke Ramsey, 34, settled a $750 million defamation lawsuit with CBS in 2019 after a television series suggested he killed his 6-year-old sister. Terms of the deal weren't disclosed. Investigators previously announced in 2016 that they were eyeing new DNA evidence testing in Jonbenet's slaying, allowing them to tap into an FBI database that now includes genetic profiles of more than 20 million known offenders and arrestees. Jonbenet's half-brother, John Andrew Ramsey, who was in Atlanta at the time of the slaying, allegedly, and was reportedly cleared by cops in 1997, tweeted, "Don't believe the hype," Tuesday while sharing a news report on the new DNA testing processes. Well, that's curious. So supposedly his account is jramsey_truth on Twitter. And yes, he has "Don't Believe the Hype" with a Denver Post article here. Huh. Curious. Obviously, John Andrew Ramsey is on a lot of people's suspect list. What the Boulder police have done is not enough, Ramsey told the Denver Gazette. What our family wants is results. We don't care who gets us to the finish line, whether it's the Boulder police, great. If it's another agency, great. Whatever it takes to find Jonbenet's killer. And this is what John Andrew Ramsey has said. One more aspect here regarding the DNA. This article is from November 16th, 2021 by Michael Roberts on westword.com. Jonbenet Ramsey book authors explosive charge about DNA and Boulder cops. December 26th will mark a quarter century since the murder of 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey in Boulder. No one has ever been convicted of the crime, but in the just-released book, Unsolved, the Jonbenet Ramsey Murder 25 years later, Paula Woodward, a former investigative reporter for 9 News who's been covering the tragedy since '96, argues that new DNA technology has the potential to break the case if only Boulder detectives would use it. This child was tortured and murdered, and her death has never been accounted for because it was investigated by people who were not competent to do so, Woodward says. And now the decision on whether or not the remaining DNA is tested with new technology that can trace family history is being made by the 2 investigators who were on the case 25 years ago. Woodward is a controversial figure, among those who followed the case since the beginning. Critics have accused her of lofting softball questions at Jonbenet's parents, John Ramsey, and his late wife Patsy, during exclusive interviews, and otherwise serving as a de facto representative of what became known as the intruder theory. The supposition that the girl was killed by an unknown individual rather than one of her parents or her older brother Burke, who settled the lawsuit against CBS in 2019 over a docuseries that concluded he was guilty. For her part, Woodward argues that representatives of the Boulder Police Department engaged in a rush to judgment that continues to hobble the search for justice. The lead detectives were there when the mentality was formulated that the Ramseys did it, or at the very least, Patsy did it. So how can we trust their decision on not testing the DNA now? Interest in Jonbenet's fate remains high, as witnessed by Woodward's appearance last week on the episode of the Dr. Oz show that spotlighted Unsolved and the DNA accusations. Unsolved is Woodward's second book about the Ramsey murder, following We Have Your Daughter, The Unsolved Murder of Jonbenet Ramsey 20 years later, published in 2016. She admits that she initially balked at tackling the subject a second time because I was concerned about how much new would be in it. But I got a perspective from a very well-known homicide detective who won't allow his name to be released because of the repercussions on this case. He gave me insight into the lack of preparation by Boulder police and why they needed help so badly. I was able to put in actual pages from my 3,000-page Boulder Police summary book that someone leaked to me. She's been cultivating such sources for decades. I was called in off Christmas vacation the day that her body was found, Woodward recalls, and covered the case diligently those first few years and then followed it as events dictated. I wanted to figure out what backroom deals were going on because we as reporters couldn't seem to get to the essence of the facts on the case. That's why I wrote my first book, because after 6 years of intensive research, I found out that the Boulder police turned down offers of help from Denver and Aurora, and instead decided to go it alone, even though they had no homicide department and none of their investigators had any homicide experience. I mean, that's just mind-shocking if true. So Boulder PD, their investigators had no experience with homicide cases? That's insanity. That's insanity, and they're the only ones handling the case? In her view, the police lied to the media to formulate their theories of what happened. They publicly manipulated evidence to the media and were dishonest and dishonorable and unethical. The case could never have gone to a successful trial regardless of who was charged because of their incredibly wrong behavior and the way they were making up stories about evidence that didn't exist. Woodward believes that detectives in Boulder did a cursory investigation into other suspects of the case, but their focus was always on the Ramseys. There are still some police officers from Boulder today who will tell you the case is closed, that Patsy did it. To that I say, prove it. If you prove it, I'll write the story 100 different ways, but first you have to prove it. DNA has been tested at least 3 times over the years, twice in 1997 by Colorado Bureau of Investigation and Maryland-based Cellmark Diagnostics, respectively, and once in 2008 when touch DNA technology was utilized. The latter turned up evidence of an unidentified male that prompted then Boulder DA Mary Lacey to write the Ramseys a letter exonerating them. In the 12 years plus since, an approach known as genetic genealogy has been developed and deployed with great success. In 2018, for instance, it was used to ID the so-called Golden State Killer, and Woodward thinks it would be the key to finally collaring the person who killed Jonbenet. The Boulder PD won't comment on Woodward's DNA-related accusations. Because this is an ongoing and open investigation, we are unable to answer any specific questions so as to not compromise the integrity of this investigation, says BPD spokesperson Dion Wow. But Woodward's sources tell her the reason given for not using genetic genealogy is that doing so would use up the rest of the DNA, thereby closing off any future testing. What they're saying sounds legitimate, she notes, but because you have the same investigators in charge of the case 25 years later, which defies any sense of neutrality or fairness, can we trust their decision on not testing the DNA now? The Boulder DA's office has been involved in the case from the beginning and sent it to a grand jury that did not result in any indictments. According to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, Colorado has over 1,500 unsolved homicides. Says DA spokesperson Shannon Carbone, every cold case, homicide, and missing person case represents a tragic and unexplained loss. The victims deserve justice. Their families deserve answers and some form of closure. That's why our office serves on the Colorado Cold Case Review Team and recently assisted in the successful prosecution of the murder of Dylan Redwine, which culminated in a trial this past July. Carbone adds the 96 murder of 6-year-old Jonbenet Ramsey is one of the cases on the list maintained by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Her death sparked prolonged interest that persists to this day. Significant time and resources have been expended trying to determine who killed her, but the case remains unsolved. The Boulder PD continues to actively work the investigation. If the perpetrator is identified and arrested, our office will be responsible for the prosecution of the case. This explanation isn't good enough for Woodward. I believe deeply that someone new needs to investigate this case, she said. And that can only happen if the Boulder DA, the Colorado Attorney General, or the Colorado Governor get involved and make that happen. And they need to. Jonbenet is someone who would have made a difference in our world, and we can't be satisfied with just going along on a case that isn't going anywhere. We're better than that. And that's a good point. How long should incompetent investigators be allowed to basically stonewall cases, either intentionally or just due to their incompetence? Should there be a law that if a particular department who has lead in the case, should they be dismissed and somebody else brought in, either the FBI or some other investigative team, to take over? Because if they're not solving it, I mean, they've had plenty of time to solve it. I mean, a quarter century is plenty of time to solve it if they have the capacity to do so. If they don't, at least give somebody else a crack. Maybe somebody else could do it, somebody more competent. And if they can't, they can't. I mean, at least try something. Whatever they're doing and have been doing is clearly not working. I mean, most cases that are unsolved after 25 years remain unsolved, barring a few outliers. So that's what we have regarding the DNA evidence. So now, circling all the way back to Bill McReynolds and Joe Barnhill actually could not be excluded, supposedly. Wow, an interesting poster said here, the DNA they got was from hair DNA from McReynolds' beard. And apparently they did not blood test him because of his health. Huh. So here's actually a document, Colorado Bureau of Investigation lab report. This is also from jonbenetramsey.pbworks.com, the so-called encyclopedia on the case. And there's a hair and blood sample from McReynolds that is stated on this report. So I don't know why people are saying they didn't take blood from him. I mean, of course, this is just a typewritten report. Of course, it could be not accurate. But the actual results, for whatever reason, are omitted from the CORA documents. And some people find that suspicious. But either way, Schiller stated they were inconclusive. So the inconclusive does not mean ruled out. Okay, so the clarification from Thera Kuhn, who said they didn't take his blood, they did take his blood way later after pressure, after he had moved out of state. That's when they took the blood sample. And he was the only one to receive 2 separate DNA tests for this reason alone. Curious. Huh. So Thera Kuhn is saying that they watched an officer obtain the hair on videotape from the beard. These videos have circulated on the dark web for years. I grew up in Michigan surrounded by the cabal. During a server downtime, I was shown videos from the network by some old friends caught up in it. The videos directly pertain to Jonbenet Ramsey's murder. If you knew what I know, you'd probably be living in the woods as a recluse, but I suppose we all have our own ideas on what is real and fake. But to the prophets who spoke with God himself, an atheist will never change their mind. Likewise, since I have seen with my own 2 eyes, I cannot pretend it is up for debate internally. You can debate whether you believe me or not, but I'm going to speak with certainty because I'm certain. Huh. a response here. I'm very interested in everything you have to say about McReynolds. I know Lacey was extremely interested in him as a suspect, and I therefore believe that she had him DNA tested a second time, and that would have been against the 13 STR CODIS loci. Lacey would not have done this test before 2002. I wonder, can you find out if they took the second, I presume you mean blood sample, in 2002, or was it earlier? Also, as far as hair samples go, it is my understanding that he gave hair samples in January or February 97, along with blood and handwriting samples. It wouldn't matter from which part of the body they took it. All hairs from the one person would yield the same DNA result, and that would be mitochondrial DNA. So why would they get a second hair sample from his beard? Maybe they were just going to do morphological studies against this. Again, this would only have been Lacey in my opinion. I know there were a lot of hairs on Jonbenet's clothing besides the hairs that were found in her white blanket. Those hairs also have never been sourced. Maybe one was a white hair she thought she could have been a beard hair. Just wish I knew more. Also curious if McReynolds had a fake beard and they took the sample from a fake beard, although that would probably show up as not human DNA unless he got a fake beard made from real human hair. But so they took two different DNA tests for McReynolds, so they were that interested in McReynolds when as new developments in DNA testing technology came out, they went and got another DNA sample. That's curious. Huh. A lot of unanswered questions here. So Theracoon here continues. These posts were 2 years ago. I don't have access. So someone was asking about the two different tests and the dates. I don't have access to that level of information, unfortunately, but perhaps I can contact my source and see if they can verify more information. I know it matches the video I've seen about it, shown to me by someone in the network. People caught up in the network have managed to show me pieces of the site. One of them was a video publication made surrounding the Jonbenet Ramsey murder. It featured many scenes, many surrounding the McReynoldses. Essentially, one of the officers of the law, the initial collector of the hair DNA, collected his beard hair. He was considerably younger than he was made to be. Okay, so they're going to get into a crazy theory, which I'm not getting into next, but I will circle back to it in a few moments. Let's finish with this. Take, for example, the stories told about the symbolism of Christmas. Bill said how odd it was that he had a little friend on Christmas who died in a similar way many years back. Janet told her child Jill was kidnapped in a similar way exactly 22 years earlier. Wait a second. So Bill McReynolds had a little friend who died on Christmas many years back? That doesn't make any sense. So their daughter was kidnapped 22 years earlier, and then Bill also knew someone else who died on Christmas? Huh. I've always said the kidnapping and murder of Jill Robinson was the inspiration for the murder of Jonbenet. She died exactly 20 years earlier, but I'm not sure when that conversation with Janet took place. Now, the strange part is we are led to believe the same year Janet's own child was kidnapped, she wrote and directed a play about the kidnapping and torture of children and never made any correlation between the two. So Jill Robinson is associated with the Oakland County child killer. Jill Robinson, 12, of Royal Oak, left her home December 22nd, 1976, following an argument with her mother over dinner preparations. The following day, her bicycle was found behind a local hobby store before her body was found alongside Interstate 75 in Troy, within view of Troy Police Station. So her body was found in view of the Troy Police Station? The morning of December 26th. She had been shot in the face with a 12-gauge shotgun, and her body was fully clothed and wearing the backpack she had taken with her when she left home. Wow, that's crazy. So she was found the morning of December 26th. Is that symbolic? So that was 20 years earlier, and then also Janet's own child kidnapped. Okay, wow, this is crazy. The whole thing was a fraud. The guy who played Bill McReynolds is 100% still alive. They're going to associate, this user has a theory on false identity and identity theft regarding the McReynolds, which we'll get into in a moment. Anyways, the tape showed it all for what it was. There was a scene with Santa Bill rolling around on his bed with his Santa bear, a scene where Janet rubbed his feet, a scene where the hair was plucked from his beard, a scene where he lay in his bed moaning about his heart attack before just getting up and standing up like he was 30. This video hopefully one day leaks, but don't expect it to last long. It's an issue of national security and pedophiles get the pass. Currently working alongside a small group in a more recent murder, so I don't have too much time to dedicate to Jonbenet Ramsey, but Christmas always brings a lot of traffic, so rest assured I'll have something more concrete for y'all by then. Okay. Wow, here's a Mindshock. Wow. Okay, so there's a poster here, Samar Candy. A fact kept secret by Boulder police. So apparently there was another neighbor who saw a man at the Ramsey home other than Barnhill. So a fact kept secret by Boulder police who tried to pretend Barnhill Sr. was just a dopey old senior with poor eyesight. We eventually found out from Woodward that there was a second neighbor who saw a man outside the Ramseys' house that day. So there is every reason to believe that there was a young guy who looked like John Andrew Ramsey, but wasn't actually him outside the Ramsey house on Christmas Day. And there is also every reason to believe that this person could be connected to Jonbenet's murder later that night. Okay, so here's another post from the Jonbenet subreddit, The McReynolds by M. May 333, 3 years ago. Wow, that's a lot of threes. Okay, the McReynolds. There are an unusual amount of coincidences surrounding the McReynolds family that I find difficult to turn a blind eye to. I am not accusing anyone in particular, just pointing out the multiple bizarre similarities and things that give me pause. Would love to hear others' thoughts. Bill McReynolds, retired CU journalism professor, 68 to 92. He grew his long natural white beard when cast as a tavern owner in the play Les Mis for Unity of Boulder Church, hired by Marilyn House to play Santa at the mall, played Santa at the Ramseys 94, 95, 96. So, according to Thomas's book, Jonbenet had led McReynolds by the hand on a tour of the house during the 95 Christmas party, including her bedroom and the basement to see where the Christmas trees were kept, and had given him a vial of glittery stardust to sprinkle in his beard. He carried it to the hospital as a lucky charm during the surgery. So she gave him a tour of the whole house, so he knew exactly where every room was, including her own. Okay. According to Carnes 2003, McReynolds had written a card to Jonbenet that was found in her trash can after the murder. Wow. So this is a quote from Bill McReynolds. The stardust was all I took with me for good luck when I had heart surgery last summer. Her murder was harder on me than my operation. She made a profound change in me. I felt very close to that little girl. I don't really have other children that I have this special relationship with. Not even my own children or grandchildren. When I die, I'm going to be cremated. I've asked my wife to mix the stardust Jonbenet gave me with my ashes. We're going to go up behind the cabin here and have it blow away in the wind. According to Thomas, he visited adult bookstores and admitted to having a long-withstanding admiration for porn. Weird, okay. McReynolds, also according to Thomas, McReynolds said what was truly terrible was that this wasn't the first child to die during his Santa years. A little boy who was a special friend had been murdered several years previously. So what is going on here? So not only was his daughter kidnapped to the day, but apparently during Christmas time, another little boy who he called a special friend had been murdered several years before. The coincidence stack is too high here. I mean, this is getting worse than the Maura Murray case. I mean, I don't know what to... I mean, how many people know children that were murdered on Christmas? How many people know children that were murdered on Christmas that they called their special little friend and also had their own daughter abducted on Christmas? And their wife wrote a play about a child being abducted and murdered in a basement. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot of people, but I mean, maybe not. Maybe this is the only guy ever. And maybe he's innocent too. Maybe this is just the way the coincidence stack worked out. I'm not alleging it's not. I'm just pointing out that the coincidence stack is crazy. I'm not saying that that moves to guilt in any way. It's just a crazy coincidence tag. Okay, from the 1998 interview with John Ramsey, we have some letters from him. We have a tape from him. It was a tribute to Jonbenet or something like that. And apparently it starts out nice and then it gets up into this. You left Santa Claus and, went to all those fancy things and then you came back to Santa Claus. Very weird. He wrote me a letter saying that he carved Jonbenet's name in a harp. It had the name of 3 other little girls that died early. Okay, so this information is coming from John Ramsey, so obviously we can't trust it. But if that's true, so not only did he know another little boy who was murdered at Christmas time, not only was his daughter abducted and assaulted Christmas time, not only did his wife write and direct a play about a little girl getting abducted and murdered in a basement, but he also has a harp with Jonbenet's name on it and 3 other little girls that died as children. Okay. Huh. So, do the McReynolds, are they just really unlucky that they happen, not only their own child is abducted, but they just happen to know other children that are abducted and have some kind of weird, morbid fascination or interest with child murders before, during, and after Jonbenet's murder? I mean, and is all of that coincidental? Wow. I mean, there's more and more mind-shocking coincidences here every second. I mean, this is unbelievable. There is also a statement from the mother of a friend of Jonbenet's. The woman said that on Christmas Eve day in 96, Jonbenet said Santa had told her he was going to make her a secret visit after Christmas. This is Boulder Police Reports 1-1874, 26-144, 1-41, 1-162, 1-204, 1-304, 1-2622, 5-297, 5-371, 5-2202. That's for the coincidence theorists that think it was just a rumor. Because I've seen coincidence theorists try to write that off, that never really happened. But apparently it's in all these police reports. Could that Secret Santa have been the killer and someone Jonbenet knew? Another mother also stated to Boulder police investigators that Jonbenet had told the playmate about a Secret Santa. So she told more than one individual about a Secret Santa? This is Boulder Police Report 1-1149. Huh. So his alibi, of course, McReynolds was home in bed. Okay, now, Janet McReynolds' wife-mother, known to be a film critic and a movie reviewer for many years, and wrote plays as well. The only play the public has ever been made aware of was Hey Rube, which was based on the true story of Sylvia Likens, a young girl who was held captive in an Indiana basement in 1965. She was abused, tortured, and finally killed. A book by Kate Millett, The Basement, details the murder. In 1977, Janet gave a local paper an interview and said, "I've always been interested in the way victims frequently seem to seek their own death or to deliberately choose their own murderer." What the heck? So Janet McReynolds told a local newspaper in 1977 this. Interested in the way victims frequently seem to seek their own death and deliberately choose their own murderer. That's absolutely insane. This was a young girl who was abused, tortured, and killed. And this is what Janet McReynolds said. That is weird and bizarre. And then she marries a guy who just happens to know a kid. Actually, this kid that died on Christmas, supposedly this was during his Santa years. Is this not the other friend he talked about that also died on Christmas? I mean, I don't know. This is just strange. These are two strange individuals. I mean, I don't know. I don't see other people making statements like this. So, the wife who played Mrs. Claus is giving these kind of statements and writing these kinds of plays. And Bill McReynolds is making these statements about Jonbenet and leaving her these notes about presents after Christmas and saying that he's got a special relationship with her that he doesn't even have with his own kids or grandkids. These are weird things to say. Again, I'm not saying they're guilty in any way, but these are weird things to say. Janet's daughter and wait, she wasn't abducted alone? Huh. Okay, so December 26th, 1974. So this is 3 years earlier than this interview about her Janet's play. December 26, 1974, 22 years before Jonbenet was reported kidnapped on December 26, 1996, the 9-year-old daughter of Janet McReynolds, the wife of Bill McReynolds, was kidnapped. So that's not Bill McReynolds' biological daughter. That is just Janet McReynolds' biological daughter. This is Boulder Police Report 1-568. Janet's daughter and a friend were taken to an unknown location where Janet's daughter was forced to watch her friend being sexually molested. Both children were then released. 2 years later, Janet McReynolds wrote a book that became a play in which a girl is sexually assaulted and tortured in a basement. The victim in the story later dies in a hospital. Boulder Police Report 1-645. When his own daughter was 10 years old, she and another girl were kidnapped, and the friend was molested before both girls were released. When did that happen? He didn't remember. It was so long ago, about 25 years. So Steve Thomas is saying when he talked to Bill McReynolds couldn't remember when it happened? So it is his daughter and Janet's. That is their daughter. Okay. So Jesse McReynolds, their son, did 2.5 years in an Arizona prison for conspiracy, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. Had no corroborated alibi for Christmas night 96. Okay, so we discussed that. Kidnapping charge was just telling a clerk to move. So not going to someone's house and kidnapping somebody. Okay, so he had come home from the Christmas party at his parents' home, drank scotch. So he was at the McReynolds home, Mr. and Mrs. Claus's home, and then he came home, drank scotch, swallowed some powerful prescription drugs he took for depression, and gone to bed alone, not awakening until later the next morning. Jesse McReynolds, now 38, had botched a $113 gas station robbery in Arizona, during which he forced the clerk to move from point A to point B, thus the kidnapping charge. While living in Nederland near Boulder, he had some other scrapes with the law. An ex-con knows what's going on in an interrogation room with 2 detectives, and Jesse McReynolds knew he looked good to Gosage and me as a suspect in the Ramsey case. His best chance was to work with us, so he became a picture of cooperation. Blood sample, okay. Lengthy interview, okay. Whatever we wanted, he gave, and Jesse's handwriting eliminated him as the author of the ransom note. This is, of course, from Thomas. DeMuth was on the trail of Bill McReynolds, even using undercover cops to tail him. The dynamic duo of DeMuth and his new investigator Dan Schuler pulled the trigger when they saw McReynolds loading his pickup truck at a storage locker. DeMuth confronted Santa Bill, convinced him that the cord being used to lash down a tarpaulin was the cord used in the murder garret. McReynolds got angry, and that only fed the paranoia of the DA's people. They thought his standing up to DeMuth proved that an elderly man was not weak and frail after all, just as John Ramsey had said. The DA's office called in a specialist from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and a convoy of police cars headed up the mountain to Santa Bill's house. They parked at a gas station down the road and sent my old partner, Detective Ron Gosage, up to talk because he was the only one with whom McReynolds would speak. Gosage was met by an irate Jesse McReynolds, who said he was, quote, sick of you guys trying to frame my dad, end quote. Bill McReynolds, distraught, weeping, and saying, I didn't do anything, refused to come to the door. His wife, Janet McReynolds, eventually gave Gosage the cord, and Ron knew instantly that it wasn't the same type used by the killer of Jonbenet. Gosage took it back down the hill to the gas station and handed it to the technician from the CBI. She looked at it for about 3 seconds and agreed it was not the same cord. Gosage took the news back to the house, but Janet McReynolds told him Stay out of our lives. The embarrassed cops got into their cars, and the official convoy slunk back down the mountain. Trip Demuth stood at the gas station with his arms crossed, watching them drive away. I don't know why. This is also Steve Thomas. I don't know why, but that just made me really sad. Because Mick Reynolds, distraught and weeping, was saying, I didn't do anything and didn't even come to the door. I mean, especially, I don't know, would a guilty guy fake that? I don't know. But that just made me really sad reading that. And of course, someone who's innocent probably would be really angry at having cops come up to them and just randomly tell them that the cord they're using matched the cord used to kill a child. Not just a child, but a child that they were very fond of and they were trying to make happy. Again, this is assuming he's innocent, but by all... this account makes me think he's really innocent. Just the fact that he was weeping and just refused to even come to the door and just saying, I didn't do anything. That, to me, looks like an innocent man. I don't know. The coincidence stack is, again, stratospheric, but that coincidence stack is a coincidence stack of weirdness, not a coincidence stack pointing to him specifically killing Jonbenet or hurting her in any way. The Reynolds supposedly refused a search of their house, and the police never pursued a search warrant. Why not? How do they know that wasn't the same cord he was using? Why wouldn't he hand it over at the storage unit versus going back to the house? On what grounds did Steve Thomas and the BPD dismiss them? Was their DNA tested? I know the BPD claims the family gave them blood samples, but were they tested? Was Jesse ever looked at as a serious suspect? Any additional thoughts or insight would be appreciated. So I suppose it's theoretically possible. The cord he was using at the time he was originally confronted was not the same cord that was turned over by Janet McReynolds. Again, if we're examining all the variables here. Now, also... yeah, so the search warrant thing, that's curious, because if McReynolds was involved in other shady stuff, whether there was identity theft involved and they weren't really the McReynolds, maybe they killed other McReynolds and assumed their identities and they were criminals, but they would never harm a child. Or maybe they did harm other children, but they were completely innocent in the case of Jonbenet Ramsey. So... yeah, that could be grounds for refusing a search warrant where they'd be 100% innocent of anything that happened to Jonbenet. Or maybe they were just that upset and mad at the police. Maybe they thought the police would plant something. That could be another, especially the way they were conducting business at that point, just randomly accusing him if the cord wasn't the same and he knew it. Or maybe it was the same type of cord, but if he's 100% innocent and he just happens to be using the same type of cord. How popular was the cord? I don't know. I don't know if that's ever been stated anywhere. If it's some standard cord that's used 90% of everywhere, maybe it was a similar cord or the same type of cord, but he's 100% innocent, so he reacted the way he reacted. And at that point, he suspected if him and Janet, whether criminals or not, maybe they are criminals who committed identity theft or other shady dealings, or they're 100% innocent, law-abiding citizens. Either way, if they're 100% innocent of what happened to Jonbenet, they wouldn't want their house being searched if they feared that Boulder PD would plant something. So a couple of interesting posts here by several other users. Here's the thing, though. I can't get around this. If McReynolds was truly involved, would he be making public statements that he felt close to the little girl and he had this special relationship with her and all of the glitter? Would he be making those kinds of public statements if he's guilty? Unless he's guilty and insane. If he's guilty and insane, maybe he wouldn't say that. But if he's truly guilty and not insane, why would he say that? That only brings more attention to him. Some people are alleging that McReynolds was in the house and he was in the house with someone else. Samar Candy posted this. I believed it was a pre-planned pedophile sexual assault on Jonbenet and it was the brainchild of Bill McReynolds. I don't think he ever intended that she be murdered. His plan, in my opinion, was that immediately prior to the abuse, he would feed her an amnesic drug with the pineapple he would bring with him, and after the little session with her, she would be returned to her bed. It's just that, in my opinion, he didn't take into account what else the others might do to her. Interesting theory. I mean, the guy knew the layout of the house, but still, I don't see him making those kinds of statements if he was involved, unless he's completely insane. Another post here by Samar Candy. I think Patsy let him in because he told her that Charles Kuralt, who had been unable to come to their Christmas party on the 23rd, wanted to come for a very quick photo shoot for a magazine article. I think she let him in through the butler kitchen door, and they sat and waited for the photographer who was never going to show up. Patsy got tired, maybe having been drugged at the White's party, and McReynolds encouraged her to take a nap on the sofa and that he would wake her when the photographer arrived. I think he had accomplices who were waiting outside the basement toilet window. I don't have any firm ideas on which one of them wrote the note or redressed her. Other people asked if there was any evidence to back that up. Samar Candy responded, no. Apart from the fact that we know he got Patsy to hold that party on the 23rd because Charles Kuralt supposedly wanted to film him at the Ramsey home. The unmatched red fibers on Jonbenet's clothing, the promised Santa visit after Christmas a la Kastanik, the open butler kitchen door, the 19 cigarette butts outside the basement toilet window, and the tea glass that might have been laced with a drug, his lack of a decent alibi, his weird behavior. I know you RDIs place great emphasis on weird behavior. You know what's weird, too? When they say the DNA doesn't match, first of all, it could be a faulty DNA test. Second of all, if it was more than one guy, how does DNA rule out a second guy? I never understood that line of reasoning. It doesn't make any sense. Or maybe even three guys. A lot of people, of course, are very interested in Michael Helga. If there was more than one guy, if this was some kind of weird ring of criminals who wanted to assault children, maybe not kill them, but assault them, it could make sense. I mean, it could theoretically, all the pieces could fit. And that's why all these guys are strange. Here's an interesting post by Stupid Eyes Me. Jonbenet had bits of the Ramseys' own sparkly stairway Christmas garland in her hair. The Ramseys refused to cooperate with the police. They made no attempt to use their multi-million-dollar fortune to catch the real killer, a lot like OJ. The Ramseys finally went on CNN or some news show with a small poster offering a $100,000 reward if Jonbenet's killer was caught, nearly $20,000 less than John's Christmas bonus. Access Graphics had passed the $1 billion sales mark. In the early 90s, the Ramseys spent $700,000 just to build the third-story master suite on their mansion. I don't recall ever seeing a poster or billboard about catching Jonbenet's killer that was put up anywhere. I don't even recall seeing a photo of one that was actually put up in public in Colorado. When the Ramseys went on TV and held up the small poster, it was a bizarre performance. Patsy was loopy on drugs. John had a very cold, often contemptuous gleam in his eyes when he occasionally glanced at his drugged-up wife during her slurring of words. He frequently purses his lips and looks uncomfortable to be near her, and even angry as she goes on with her "hold your babies close, someone is out there." A couple of years later, the Ramseys canceled the reward for catching Jonbenet's killer. Why, when the money was just sitting in the bank anyway? Huh. I mean, interesting questions. Alright, let's continue on here. Another post by Comical Asimak. Just what exactly happened to Bill McReynolds' daughter? They never found any suspects, question mark. According to this was actually only a couple months ago, according to the Daily Camera, the McReynolds' middle daughter, 9 years old at the time, was abducted on December 26, 1974, and witnessed the sexual molestation of her friend. No suspects were ever found in the case, but both children were found. This seems really strange and coincidental. If these types of things usually point to a family member, how closely was Bill investigated? So another Redditor here posted an interview with Jill McReynolds, the McReynolds' daughter, who was the one who was kidnapped and watched the molestation of her friend by the perpetrator. Now, in the interview, the podcast is Listen Carefully. This is an interview with Jill McReynolds. I don't see, it just says S01. This was posted February 22nd, 2021, so relatively recently. So other than S01, I don't see podcast numbers here, but the name of this podcast is Listen Carefully, an in-depth analysis on the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey by Sam and Lindsay. And this is interview with Jill McReynolds, the man behind the beard. In a very special episode of Listen Carefully, Sam and Lindsay welcome their first guest, Jill McReynolds, daughter of suspect Bill McReynolds. She discusses her father's legacy of goodness while talking about how the Jonbenet case affected her family and her father's well-being. So, not Jill McReynolds' fault, but the interviews here, I mean, you have to have a high tolerance for brown-nosing and softball questions to really be able to get through this podcast. I actually listened to just about the whole thing. It was difficult. Again, nothing to do with Jill McReynolds, not her fault in any way, but these interviewers, it was just really, really rough to get through. She offers pretty much nothing. She doesn't directly answer any questions to the pertinent evidence. She does not address her own ordeal. Again, not blaming her in any way. I'm sure that was very traumatic. But she really doesn't offer anything in terms of suspects, who did it, or any other information. I'll play a short little clip regarding how she wrote off Santa's special gift.
Thank you so much for coming onto the podcast. We're really looking forward to kind of getting a look at what your father was really like instead of how the media improperly portrayed him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same with your mom as well. Like we've discussed before, Lindsay and I are, big researchers of this case, and the fact that Bill McReynolds and Janet McReynolds keep coming up as these like kind of gotcha journalism stories just always really irked me. And just recently on Facebook, there was an article circulating, and the title of it was Father Christmas and the Maid, the Forgotten Suspects. How are they forgotten?
Right. Yeah, I don't think they've ever been forgotten.
They still get brought up all the time. And, and of course, in the true crime world, your father is best known as Santaville. And we always read a lot of stories about him being the town Santa and playing Santa at the Ramsey's Christmas parties. But how would you describe him?
Well, that's a big, long story. Luckily, I have had a lot of time to think about it. So I'm just going to call him Bill when I explain who he is. But I wanted to preface that with just saying that, for the last 20 years of his life, he was Baba to us, because my son, when he was a toddler, started calling him that.
Aww.
And so he was Baba, but we'll just use Bill because it's a little less confusing, I think. To explain Bill, I'll have to go all the way back to the beginning. So he and my mom were both born in the rural South. They both grew up desperately poor. My dad had a sister, an older sister, who died of polio when he was 7. So that really just affected his life. That was a huge loss for him. His dad subsequently left the family, abandoned him and his mom. He started working when he was 12 to help support his mom, and he worked his whole life after that. But he was also just one of the really exceptional kind of people, that super overachiever, like on top of working, he also just excelled in school. In high school, he was like the editor of the school newspaper, and he was president of the Glee Club, and he graduated right at the top of his class, and he won a scholarship to go to college. And he and my mom were both, this is just blows my mind to think about, like he and my mom were both the very first people of all the people that have been here in America and my lineage since 1737 to go to college.
Wow.
Yeah, my dad just worked all through college, paid his way to live and go to college. And, you know, not only to go to college, but to graduate school, get a master's, get a PhD. Like both of my parents did that. And to me, that's just blows my mind. Like,
So I didn't realize he was so educated. That's amazing.
oh yeah, did you know he was a journalism professor?
No, I didn't know that. I'm really impressed by his qualifications, though.
Oh my God, this, you know, what happened to Bill McReynolds with the Jonbenet case could not have happened to a more, it's the weirdest thing.
Right. He sounds like a kind and brilliant man.
Stranger than fiction life. Like he was very brilliant, and my mom was the smartest person I've ever met. She was a smart lady.
And
Yeah.
was she a film critic? That's what some of the internet theories claim about your mother.
Yeah, she sure was. She was a film and theater critic all through the 70s.
Yeah, that's a cool job.
That was a really cool job. So she had a column in the Daily Camera and went to plays all the time and was very selective about the movies that she reviewed. Like they were kind of like the more obscure artsy kind, you know, not the necessarily the popular culture kind. But
Not like Dirty Harry.
no Dirty Harry or Ransom in my mom's repertoire of columns, because that's not the kind of columnist she was. She was more like the Roger Ebert of Boulder, you know.
Like the artistic films and...
Yes. Yeah, so that's how she got into playwriting.
Did they both have PhDs?
They both had PhDs.
See, that is something I never knew. And I really wish that instead of people referring to him as Santa Bill, they could at least put, you know, Dr. McReynolds.
Yes, right?
Yeah, for how hard he had to work for his qualifications. It's just like completely disregarded in so many articles.
Well, in every article, I think.
Every article, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find, you know, much about either of your parents as who they were as people, in terms of their goals, careers, aspirations, or even being as caretakers in your family. It's mostly just like we talked about before, those two big coincidences that people tend to really grasp onto.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be the play that was written by your mother, and
Hey,
also
for the fact that I was kidnapped and sexually abused on the same day as Jonbenet Ramsey, only 22 years earlier.
That's such a horrific coincidence, and I'm really sorry that happened, and I'm sorry that was even like so publicized, and it's just such an insane coincidence. But
yeah, well, don't worry about it. It's like, you know, since Me Too, like pretty much everybody's come out and their moms have come out as being victims of sexual abuse. So I have no idea how that information ever surfaced. I just wanted to explain that, you know, their early background, just because I think it kind of explains Bill in terms of my parents were just sort of like, in a way, they were sort of like immigrants. You know, like they came into the middle class. But you know, they had no history or background, but they moved up into the middle class, you know, academic life. But I think my dad probably always experienced what we would call imposter syndrome now. Like he just had to, because you know, there's things you don't know when you're not part of a certain class, like little mannerisms or little, you know, subtle body language that I don't think he ever really understood very well, or my mom. I don't think they ever really were terribly accepted, because they weren't quite there, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And
it sounds like they didn't act like typical, like, you know, middle class, or like how you might expect when you're saying like nuances.
Yeah. But they really tried, you know, they really, like, our house was full of classic literature and they loved to listen to classic music, and, you know, like they really thought that was it, you know, that was being not a poor person anymore. really important. And also, like, I can't emphasize this enough. My dad was a journalist. Like, he believed in real journalism. Like, from, you know, really young age, I can remember being told, like, always look at both sides of the story, always find out all the facts. Like, he really idolized journalism. He was a very idealistic person, and he really idealized hard investigative journalism. Like, you know, he was a big Edward R. Murrow fan, and he was acquaintances with Molly Ivins, and those were like his heroes. Like,
Do you think he felt, slightly betrayed by his passion in terms of like how these journalists portrayed him?
absolutely, absolutely. He was just devastated because, like, he had had some inklings before he retired. He just, you know, was starting to feel like really uncomfortable about things happening in journalism with like cable news, and the internet was just starting to get going, and social media hadn't really happened yet, but it was, you know, there were things starting, and there was a lot of hype going on, and he didn't like that. Like, he did not like that. And so after he retired, he was really all about having fun. You know, he just wanted to
That's
have
great.
fun. He'd been working his whole life and just wanted
Yeah.
to play and do what he loved.
And enjoy his retirement.
yeah.
So what kind of stuff did he do?
Well, before I tell you kind of that piece, I just wanted to say that what happened to him when all of this came out, sensationalizing, like, absolutely, like, shattered his sense of self, I think, in a lot of ways. Like, if you're, you know, a psychology and psychotherapy talk, it's called a schema fracture, when, you know, your view of the world just kind of gets turned upside down. And so that's what happened to him. And he never really recovered from that. Like, he was just heartbroken, if that makes any sense.
Oh, absolutely. I imagine that had, a huge effect on your whole family.
Yeah, well, definitely, but, you know, mostly on him, because he was an idealistic, sentimental, foolish kind of old man, you know. He
Yeah.
really believed in goodness, and it wasn't hype. Like, he really was, like, tried to be like the embodiment of what Santa is, you know.
Right.
And his, you know, so anyway, getting back to like what he was like outside, you know, after retirement, and he got the white beard just kind of as part of, you know, he was very he wasn't a religious person at all, but he was a very spiritual person. He really believed in, you know, goodness, and so he was really involved in the Unity Church.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know about it, but you know, it's sort of like this all religions put together, like Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, like all just kind of mixed together with the idea that love, God, or whatever you want to call it, is inside of you. So that was just like a really big piece of his life, and what I think he kind of took into his Santa career.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are articles, prior to Jonbenet's death about Santa Bill. It sounds like everyone in the community knew who he was and loved him, and
Oh yeah, he was like, he had his moment and claim to fame as being Santa, because he ended up being really good at it. And
yeah,
I think he was so surprised by that, because, you know, when he was a kid, like, there was no Christmas. He never had Christmas as a kid, so Christmas is special for him. And so, you know, he just was having the time of his life as Santa. He probably would have been Santa Bill for the rest of his life if he could have. And yeah, that's one of the real sad things, is that getting to finally do what you wanted to do after all those years of hard work, and just to have it just ripped out of his, you know, just ripped away from him. Like, you know, he never got to play Santa ever again. It was very sad to witness him going through that. And I wanted to share a few things about leading up to the murder. For one thing, he did have very serious open heart surgery just a few months before the murder. He was, you know, almost died. He had some really serious complications. He was He lost he was in the hospital for like over a month. He lost like 40 pounds. He was frail and he was not in good health. That is absolutely true. And he wasn't traipsing around doing Santa stuff in 1996. He was, just not even able to lift 20 pounds at that point, because he was still, trying to recover. And the only things he did as far as his Santa stuff that winter is like he did the Ramsey party, and there was a special that was being created about, it was Charles Kuralt on the Road. That was like a, show they had on TV then, and it was like a national television show, and they were going around and finding real Santas in the country, right? Profiling the real Santas. And so my dad was picked as one of the real Santas. And
What an honor.
yeah, and there was like a black
amazing.
Santa, and this Santa
cool.
and that Santa. But so anyway, that's the only thing he did for Santa. Was he did the Charles Kuralt video, which I don't think was ever released. As far as I know, it was never released. And he went to the Jonbenet Ramsey Christmas party because he was the kind of person that would go out of his way for a friend.
To a fault, even.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, obviously, that was a fatal
Wow.
mistake he made with going to that party. He should have been home in bed, but that's just the kind of person he was. He would, if he thought you were a friend, he would go out of his way, out of his comfort zone to help and be there. And I think that was just a huge misunderstanding that he had. He really believed that the Ramseys were his friends.
God.
Yeah, I can answer a few questions if you want about the glitter and the node and all that stuff, because I can have some explanations for that.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting. That actually wasn't even in our list of questions. But that actually would be really interesting because that is something that always comes up in documentaries. They make it sound super suspicious that he had this glitter
Right.
from Jonbenet, and it's just like, okay.
Oh, he must have been obsessed with her. He took the glitter into the surgery with him, and
Right.
that was so out of context. So if you put it in context, what do people take with them when they go into surgery when they're not sure if they're going to live or not?
Good luck charm.
He could have easily not made it out of that surgery. So he took with him the thing that represented what he loved most in life. The reason to live is to do what you want to do what makes you happy. I think that's what the glitter represented to him.
Yeah. Being
No,
Santa Claus, being free, being
Magic
Yeah.
and special.
Yeah.
And
doing good things in the world. That was his reason to live. Just happened to be that, Jonbenet gave him that vial of glitter. It wasn't about her. It was about him.
Right. Well, and it sounds like your parents too are very poetic people.
Very. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Such poetic.
And as you say,
Helpful.
idealistic too.
Idealistic. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sweet.
And what is more idealistic than magic fairy dust or
Exactly.
Right.
So when he would stroll up and down the Boulder Mall,
Mhm.
he would, my mom had her little basket with candy in it and little candy canes, and my dad had glitter. And so he would give the kids, he'd have them hold out their hands and put little glitter in their hands and say, this is angel dust. And he had the spiel, it was his thing was, how did it go? So angels are everywhere. Christmas is every day, and Santa is always in your heart. And that's what he would tell the kids and give them the angel dust. And
That's so cute.
that's what the glitter was about.
Oh my gosh. That is just so magical, honestly.
It really was, yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Totally twisted out of,
Horribly so. I mean, can you imagine being a little kid and you meet Santa Claus and he gives you this magic angel dust and tells you, Christmas is every day, and it's just seems so special and sweet.
Yeah. And then, as far as the letter that, was sent to the Ramseys, like I said, like he really thought they were friends. And so he gave him a copy of a tape and a copy of his kid's book that he wrote called Santa's Special Gift. Or no, Santa's Simplest Gift was the name of his
Okay.
book. And he made it into a tape with his voice, it was like a kid's story. And, he thought he was eulogizing Jonbenet, by interviewing and telling everybody how great she was. Like, that was like a eulogy, like that's what people do when you're, eulogizing somebody, right? They say, oh, they were the best person ever lived, all that hyperbole, because you want to make the parents feel good, right?
Right. And she had become so high profile, and, he probably thought people were looking for an insight into who she really was. And, he knew not the, pageant queen that was flaunting around, but it sounds like he knew, the little girl that is Jonbenet and was Jonbenet.
Right. I think that's what he was, trying to convey. And people just took it the wrong way because maybe he was just a little bit too emotional. I think he was also eulogizing his sister in a way too.
Yeah, it's just amazing to me because, out of context and the way the media really ran with this on all different directions and digging up information about you and your family. And, it sounds like at its very simplest form, he was just a guy who still believed in magic, right? Like he just wanted to spread cheer and be happy and, live out his retirement the way he always wanted to. And the speculations that
Believed
just believed
people are good and,
Yeah.
true and cared about the truth. And
Right.
mm-hmm.
But, when you think about like people finding out stuff about us, like obviously nobody found out very much. They just barely scratched the surface.
Of course, she doesn't mention that this gift would be given after Christmas, and this is not something given to a child for Christmas. And then, of course, she doesn't. She basically says this could be said to any child, but clearly the amount of information we have here is that Bill McReynolds regarded Jonbenet as very, very special, more special than his own kid. So in terms of his relationship with her. So if he really does say that to every single kid and evidence can be provided and that's the control, then that's fine. That can be accounted for. But Jill clearly did not address that or account for it. So, but the real takeaway from this podcast is if her parents were identity thieves, it seems like it must have had happened before her birth because she seems very genuine in not knowing anything about that. She seems, to genuinely have nothing but love for her father. And it's very, very difficult to imagine that he really was complicit just by everything said about him. So he really could have just been an eccentric caught in a mess. Or who knows? Again, this is Mindshock. Without knowing the actual outcome of the case, it's impossible to really know anything for sure. But yeah, she doesn't really offer anything other than that. And she does come off as completely genuine. So I think it's safe to say that if her father was involved with something, she has no knowledge of it. So that's pretty much the only thing we can really get from that. Again, I could be wrong about that too, but that's the impression that I got. So the other thing that's curious, she mentions this also, and we'll be getting into it. Apparently, there was a CBS program on so-called real-life Santa Clauses where Charles Kuralt wanted to have a segment with Bill McReynolds. And apparently they wanted to have it in the Ramsey home. So this was on the 21st or the 22nd of December. So let's get into some posters here. Science Sleuth posted this. I wish McReynolds had been made to explain why he lied to Patsy. Why did he want in the Ramsey home? So unless McReynolds was the one, he told her that they wanted to film the segment. I mean, I don't know where these claims are, supposedly. So from what these posters are saying, allegedly he told Patsy Ramsey that he needed to be in the home for whatever reason. Or if he needed to be in, they were going to shoot something in the home, but were they not really going to do that? Because apparently, according to this poster science sleuth, Charles Kuralt retired from CBS in 1994. There was some talk of him doing a new series of segments called An American Moment, but he did not sign with CBS to do this series until 1997. There is a book by that name published posthumously. CBS did not work on the filming of Bill McReynolds. I have read that it was either an independent producer working on spec or McReynolds himself that hired the film crew. They filmed him on the 21st and 22nd of December and left before the party on the night of the 23rd. As far as I can find, so far, no one knows where the footage is, and I'm guessing this is the footage referenced by that other poster that they saw on the dark web. So someone uploaded this footage. Weird. Okay, so another poster here, Faithless748. Who knows what he or Janet were interrogated about, even the son? It would be nice to finally see what everyone else's interviews contain. The kidnapping of his daughter and sexual assault of her friend is sus as hell. He gave me bad vibes in his interviews, and forcing himself into Katie Couric's space for a hug. But ultimately, the ransom note was written in the house and he was ruled out as the author, and the placement of the ransom note is another thing that has dissuaded me. I wonder how old the son was back in 1974. Okay, here's a clip that has Jesse McReynolds. First time I've seen what he looked like. So this clip, which we will play here, this is from Hard Copy. So this was February 2nd, 1999, and this Hard Copy segment addresses the supposedly mysterious Santa Bear. Linda Hoffman-Pugh also appears in the segment, along with brief footage of Bill and Janet McReynolds, and a brief spoken segment with their son, Jesse McReynolds.
Well, now when someone tortured and killed little Jonbenet Ramsey, it dramatically changed the lives of everyone in the family. And now, as prosecutors try to unravel a possible new piece of evidence, the Ramseys' former housekeeper says the murder has ruined her life, too. The silence from Boulder has been deafening as week after week grand jurors meet in secrecy trying to discover who killed Jonbenet. But there may be a break. Prosecutors want to know where is this Santa Claus bear?
Whoever did this murder of this little girl has to have something a little wrong with them. And it's not that big a stretch to say that they would do something as bizarre as leaving behind a little toy Santa.
This toy teddy with a Santa suit appeared in a photo police snapped in Jonbenet's room right after the murder. Her parents reportedly say they never saw it before, and now it's vanished. The cops want to know why.
I don't know much about the bear, though. I've never seen it before.
Linda Pugh is the Ramseys' housekeeper. She spent about 18 hours a week with Jonbenet and her family before the tragedy. And now the invisible bear is a mystery to her, too.
I can't imagine what that could have to do with anything.
The housekeeper is one of the few witnesses we know has testified before the grand jury. She talked exclusively to Hard Copy. She was at the Ramsey family Christmas party just 2 days before the murder, and she wonders if that's when somebody, like perhaps the man who played Santa, gave Jonbenet the Yuletide bear.
If he did, he gave it to her probably that night of the Christmas party, but I didn't see it.
Bill McReynolds played Jolly St. Nick for the Ramsey party that night, but he has since moved away. Jesse, the son of Santa, says that his dad never had such a bear.
When he was Santa Claus, he did carry around 2 teddy bears, but he never gave them out. They were his props, and he still has those props.
Christmas at the Ramseys, 1996. In this video Christmas card produced by and starring Patsy Ramsey, there are teddy bears everywhere, but the mystery bear is nowhere. Cynics close to the case wonder if the Ramseys raised the whole issue to throw suspicion away from them and towards Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
It's clear that the Ramseys from long ago are looking at Bill McReynolds, who played the part of Santa Claus. There are more than a few strange coincidences. This guy was in the Ramsey home. It's conceivable that he could have told Jonbenet to open the door at a certain time on Christmas night. He had a special present for her.
But former Denver prosecutor Craig Silverman says it would be a mistake for investigators to focus on that missing bear, when he says there are so many bigger pieces of evidence, like that ransom note.
Obviously, somebody was trying to send a message of some kind. It's a clue. We know that John Ramsey and Burke Ramsey have been excluded as the author of that ransom note. Patsy Ramsey's handwriting cannot be excluded.
As for the housekeeper, she hasn't seen Patsy since the funeral. She believes Jonbenet's mom turned on her, the way Patsy apparently turned on the Santa Claus. And to think, before the murder, they were so close.
If Patsy knew me, she would know that I didn't have anything to do with killing Jonbenet. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do for her. You know, I did everything for her. And I'm sad that she doesn't feel the same way about me that I did about her.
Okay, a lot of interesting curiosities in that video, so let's go over them one at a time. First of all, they're making video Christmas cards, 1996. Very interesting. So also keep in mind the Ramseys, there were numerous Christmas parties, and they were even advertised in the newspaper. There were newsletters. Now there's also video Christmas cards. Wow. Okay. So the other thing that jumped out at me before we get to the teddy bear. So the McReynolds, there is something not normal about them, but I don't see that in a negative way. It seems almost like they're more old-timey, eccentric folks. Supposedly, I think Jill McReynolds said in that interview on the podcast that they both had PhDs. So they were these eccentrics who also were involved in academia. And if they really were kind, good-hearted people to the max, that could throw off that normal vibe that people get, because most people are not these really, really great, eccentric people. From what Jill said, Bill McReynolds was somewhat eccentric. He was not specifically religious. He belonged to the Unity Church, kind of a combination of all religions, just a mix of everything. And he kind of loved magic in general. He also, according to her, he had quite a traumatic childhood. Both, apparently, according to her, both of her parents, the McReynolds, they grew up in extreme poverty, and Bill McReynolds' older sister died of polio when he was only 7 years old. And McReynolds' dad ran off following that. So Bill McReynolds apparently worked from the age of 12 to support his mother and the family. So yeah, quite a traumatic childhood filled with a lot of hardships, and despite that, he rises in academia, and this is basically, that's the story she gave. So it's very possible that these are eccentrics on just this one end of the spectrum, because when you watch these video clips with them, there's definitely, they do not seem normal. Again, I'm not saying that in a bad way in any way, no negativity. They're either on one end of the spectrum or the other. I'm not saying which one. It's very possible they're just these really great, nice, benevolent people who are kind of appreciate the magic that can be brought to children through Santa Claus or all of these just magical beliefs in this world of wonder, which is actually very admirable if that's the case. And that's why they seem off to people. That's why he's not afraid to make these statements, because he's kind of living in his own world. And if he's just super nice, living in this magical world, wants to do all these great things for children, and so he might not even be able to consider that his words can be seen as strange by others. Or he's just completely insane. But again, I'm not saying that that's the case. So that's, yeah, I mean, just looking at these clips, that's what I came away with. The Jesse McReynolds, the son, I mean, I don't know what to make of him. There's, I just really don't know. Obviously, he's done prison time. He's been involved in criminal activities. He does look a little bit shady in certain ways. Again, I'm not saying he had anything to do with this. But, yeah, it's, you know, that's its own issue there. Now, so let's get to the bear. So there's, again, back to acandyrose.com, there is quite some information regarding the bear. So they have it listed here as the Santa Bear Mystery. And this is an unidentified Santa bear found in the crime scene photo. Pew, oh, that's the other thing about the video. So Pew, the housekeeper, she comes off as genuinely heartbroken, especially in this particular hard copy clip. Perhaps more so than in other interviews. I don't know, call me crazy, but she seems very genuinely distraught at all of this. Not just the death of a child that she did everything for, but also her supposedly genuine friendship with Patsy Ramsey, and she's heartbroken over that. And she just seems very, very upset. Of course, her wording that she had nothing to do with killing Jonbenet, maybe that's true. Maybe she provided information to another individual who promised her that there would be no harming or hurting of any kind, and it was just some kind of scare for money, and that went wrong. Again, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but if that's what happened, then all of this heartbreak would be genuine, because even if the parties that were somehow involved, none of them wanted to hurt Jonbenet. So, of course, she was not involved at all. Also, a very real possibility. My money would not be on the housekeeper, of course, here. But again, just things that pop out. So, continuing on here, Pam Pugh told Inside Edition, January 29th, 1999, that a note was in a small pouch attached to a teddy bear. Pam says the note was not alarming, but that it was telling and a bit prophetic. There was no note in the bear's pouch, however. LaDonna Grego purchased the bear, a prize Jonbenet won as Little Miss Christmas AmeriKids pageant, Boulder, Colorado, December 14th, 1996. So they did nail it down, this mystery? That's what it says here on A Candy Rose. So let's continue going on here. So recap of information about the Santa bear. Description of the bear. The bear is about a foot long with torso and face covered in furry white fabric. It is wearing a red long-sleeve bolero jacket. The bear's chest and stomach are exposed. There are no buttons. And pants trimmed along the edges, including the cuffs, in material that looks like curly lamb's wool. Also trimmed with this material is a red Santa hat. A half-inch wide black belt is strapped around the bear's stomach, and attached to the belt with a shiny gold loop is a brown pouch about 3 inches long. So, as of 1998, June 23rd, Ramsey's could not identify the Santa on Jonbenet's bed in the crime scene photo. And also that date, the Ramseys could not identify the red and white elf doll, also in the crime scene photo. And they also could not identify an angel made of glued puffballs, also in the crime scene photo. However, the Christmas tree in Jonbenet's room had an angel theme. How many Christmas trees did they have in that house? On January 23rd, 1999, DA Alex Hunter issued a press release in search of the unidentified Santa bear. Also that day, a photo of the Santa bear was published on the Coldwater Police website, Michigan. In the photo, Jonbenet's Barbie doll is to the right of the stuffed bear. The following day, the 29th, Hunter asked public to help locate toy or ID its marker. Pam Pugh said she believes it was on the other twin bed in Jonbenet's room. Now, the media news reported also January 29th that Linda Hoffman Pugh doesn't remember seeing the Santa bear either, and that family members say the bear did not belong to Jonbenet. Also, the 29th, Pam Pugh told the Inside Edition there was a note inside the bear pouch. It was telling and a bit prophetic. So on the 30th, there was some weird... Supposedly, there was a lady in Florida who bought an identical bear in Nebraska, and she sent the bear to Alex Hunter. Huh. Okay, weird. On February 1st, police say teddy bear could provide lead in Jonbenet Ramsey's murder. On February 2nd, apparently online there was something posted, Pam Pugh's hoax about a message in the pouch. Jameson on Web Sleuths posted February 2nd, 1999, Pam told her she saw the doll on the bed on the 28th, December 28th, 96. This is all 99 now. Yeah, everything I just read recently is 1999. Wow. So there was no talk of the bear on the bed until 99. That's crazy. Over 2 years later for people to start talking about the bear, including police. They're talking about leads in the bear. So the bear was never investigated for 2 years. And everybody looked at the crime. I mean, this is weird. I mean, is this just the strangest case? This doesn't make any sense. Okay. So, the Cyber Sleuth news page had an article that the Coldwater Police had a photo since October 98. And then all of this information kind of went more public in 99. But, okay. So Alex Hunter, February 4th, 1999, PR, search for information on toy bear is successful. February 5th, toy emerged as a clue in JonBenet case during the interview with Mother. February 9th, Globe issue, Santa Bear Riddle in JonBenet murder feature story. So on February 15th, Jameson on the Dave Lucas show said that Pam saw the Santa Bear when she went into the house to get clothing. February 18th, 1999, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, JonBenet and the City of Boulder released. Page 126, on December 17th, JonBenet entered the All-Star Kids Christmas pageant. At Airport Holiday Inn, Denver, her parents watched her win several titles. When it was all over, John carried all her trophies and costumes to the car. October 30th, 99, Web Sleuth Forum had online questions and answers with Pam Pugh. I do not remember seeing the bear on the secondary bed in JonBenet's room on December 28th, 1996. I am told that the Boulder Police Department have confirmed the source of the sales point for that model bear. March 18th, 2000. Death of Innocence, published by John and Patsy Ramsey. Page 33. John Ramsey said that JonBenet's last contest had been in early December. I had planned to be there for the talent show, but the program ran ahead of schedule. I missed both the performance and the award. I sat down beside Patsy. JonBenet lit up like a Christmas tree. That was all page 33. Page 273. In photos, Patsy said she saw a red and white stuffed bear on the twin bed. Patsy said, I don't remember seeing that bear before. My comments started a nationwide search for the bear. May 9th, 2000, About.com, online internet chat with Steve Thomas with questions regarding the teddy bear saga. August 29th, 2000, John and Patsy Ramsey interview with Boulder police prosecutors in Atlanta. Prosecution team stated they received the bear from either Mr. Morgan or Mr. Haddon. Ramsey attorneys asked Gene Matthews to search boxes in Atlanta for the bear. JonBenet's bedroom boxes were in a basement of Don and Nidra Powell, Roswell, Georgia. Detective Harmer obtained videotape of AmeriKids pageant showing the bear on the table. LaDonna Grego purchased the bear as a prize for the AmeriKids pageant December 14th, 96. JonBenet won the Santa Bear Prize as Little Miss Christmas December 14th, 96. Patsy was with JonBenet at the AmeriKids pageant when she won the Santa Bear. Patsy said she thought the AmeriKids prize was a white angel bear. Patsy had never gone through JonBenet's stored boxes since they left Boulder. Wow! So is this a lead conclusively settled in the JonBenet Ramsey case, which is not common because everything else seems open-ended and unsolved? And it does really highlight the media sensationalism with all these previous articles. Find the source of the bear, find the killer, etc., etc. So it is curious. So I don't know if they, on purpose, the Ramseys, if you believe the Ramseys did it, or maybe even if you don't believe they did it, were they genuinely not keeping track of all of JonBenet's toys? I mean, they're pretty rich. They have 1 million toys all over the house and stuffed animals. I mean, I don't know. That is a unique type of bear, I would think. I mean, I don't know. Most stuff, I mean, I don't know. I don't have a stuffed animal collection, so I don't know how common Santa Claus bears are. So, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. But that's what we have there. So supposedly that's all settled. On the YouTube video of this hard copy clip, someone did post an interesting comment. I don't know if they're talking about John Ramsey here or they're talking about Bill McReynolds. I wonder if he was cleared because he is or was the police chief's brother-in-law. I don't know who they're referring to. Bill McReynolds? That seems unlikely. So I guess a lot of people don't know that the bear was, if this all information is accurate, the bear was clearly identified in the pageant and given to JonBenet Ramsey. I mean, that settles that. So I don't know if most people don't know that, but here's more comments here from the Reddit regarding McReynolds. For truth, the bear means only one thing. Toys in JonBenet's rooms were out of place. The killer had some toys prepared to take with her to keep calm during kidnapping. I think that matters. Around toys were explained correctly, but the thing was based on the fact that they were out of place. And it was the reason Patsy believed it was not connected with things she knew as owned by JonBenet. With the amount of things JonBenet owned, I do not see anything suspicious in Patsy not remembering each toy history exactly out of look. I doubt JonBenet played with any toys on her own before her death. I think that for Patsy, the title was more important than some toy gift to JonBenet. What the heck? Okay, the plot is about to... I don't know if this is true or not. So, Science Sleuth posted this. Chris Wolf's handwriting was closest to that of the ransom note, and he had been a student of Bill McReynolds. Huh. But his DNA didn't match. Maybe they did it with another student, the blonde guy seen by Joe Barnhill. The spiral staircase was in the back where it could be seen from the alleyway where someone had sat watching the Ramsey house, and the watcher would have seen Patsy come down the stairs in the morning. Huh. So Chris Wolf, we went over in previous episodes, he's the one who looked visibly upset, according to his ex-girlfriend. And, yeah, his handwriting does seem to be slightly closer matched than anybody else's, at least. But, yeah, so apparently, was he really a student of Bill McReynolds? Huh. That's weird. And he was interviewing people at Access Graphics, Chris Wolf was. I mean, this is a tangled web. This is a really tangled web. Someone asked if anybody sketched the blonde guy seen by Joe Barnhill. And Science Sleuth responded, no, you would think the Boulder police would have done it, but I don't think they even asked Joe about it. Maybe one of the Ramsey's investigators asked Joe about it and he had a sketch made, but I've never heard that they did that. Another wasted opportunity to find the killer. So there are actually Longmont police records regarding the December 26, 1974 abduction of Jill McReynolds and her friend. Huh. And these are available on archive.org. A lot of redacteds in these documents, but wow, that is curious. So comments on these documents. I noticed the name of the person reporting this was presumably the mother of the girl molested. I have to say that I always thought the sexual assault was highly suspicious in that there might have been some connection between it and the assault and murder of JonBenet, but looking at the details in the report, that does not seem all that likely. The attack was close to the victim's home and a long way away from Jill's. And it does actually look like it was kind of a random attack. But then again, you never know. I guess the guy could have been following Jill. It is yeah, that's weird. So apparently Jill's parents never... So they weren't the ones that reported it. And another curiosity is that Jill supposedly was just forced to watch this assault on her friend and was not assaulted herself, according to all this known information. A follow-up post here by Marion number 1. I still think it could have very much been planned. Jill's grandmother's home was within walking distance, Janet's mother. And her own parents would likely have known the general area where she was. There are at least 2 major child abductions that come to mind. The kidnappings of Stephen Stainer in 1972 and Johnny Gosh in 1982 that appear random on the surface, but were, in my view, orchestrated with the complicity of the parents. And there's something disturbing in the narrative of the report at the end of page 7. What the heck? I mean, this is very disturbing. I don't even really want to read this. This assaulter is just asking the girls these questions, and it's very, very disturbing. So this poster is alleging that Jill might have possibly been abused based on certain actions and responses here, which again, I don't know if those assumptions can be made, because if she's scared, she might do whatever the abductor is saying. But apparently, yeah, this is terrible. Apparently, she was also made to comply with the abductor, so it's not like she wasn't harmed at all. Huh. One thing, though, it does seem like the local police really did try to investigate thoroughly, and it was not a cover-up job that they didn't ever find out who the guy was. Mind you, that might have all taken place higher up later on. There wasn't overt evidence of a cover-up. Feels to me like leads were followed up poorly at the very least, and perhaps intentionally so. The suspect discussed on pages 2 to 4 had his car adamantly identified by one of the girls and tentatively identified by the other, even though he had an alibi that seemingly checked out, though initially the police claimed it didn't. Then they claimed there was a miscommunication with the man's employer and they were told about the 27th instead of the 26th, which is possible but still an odd mistake, and neither girl identified him. That doesn't mean that someone couldn't have been using his car. It doesn't seem like he was even asked about where his car was or who else might have had access to it. And of course, the potential red flags. Okay. Wow. Huh. All very, very weird. Very weird and disturbing. Very, very disturbing. Yeah, I don't know what to make about that. Huh, okay, some other commenters regarding Bill McReynolds telling Patsy Ramsey about the filming segment. So, Comical Asimok posted this. I was thinking Bill may have wanted to have a party at Jonbenet's house in order to unlock her balcony door. Science Sleuth posted, that's a good idea. He lied to Patsy about Charles Kuralt to get her to have the party. He had to have some reason for wanting to be in the Ramsey's house. It could have been to unlock her balcony door. So did Bill McReynolds, is Bill McReynolds the impetus to Patsy Ramsey hosting this Christmas party? Because there was also another Christmas party. Huh, that's weird. But then, yeah, I don't know. M. May 333 had this post, basically citing the list of the coincidence, which we already went over. Okay, wow. We have even more curiosities here. I don't know what to make of this. So Science Sleuth apparently has a lot of information here, but someone asked how close was Bill investigated. Depends on who you ask. I would love to know why his red Santa suit was never taken in and fibers from it never compared to the red fibers found on Jonbenet's shirt and on the garret. Science Sleuth responded, he burned it because he was so sad. This was in Kolar's book. I'm trying to find another source for this. So he burned the Santa suit. Huh. See, here's the other thing. There's always an innocent... If you're this much of an eccentric, like Bill McReynolds seemed to be, there's almost... It's like there's a built-in explanation for that, because obviously a normal person probably wouldn't do that, but a spiritual person who believes in burning things to kind of rid them of the energy, whatever, to let them go. I mean, it's almost like by being this spiritual eccentric who believed in magic, it almost, I don't want to say lets him off the hook for burning, but there's like a built-in explanation, whereas if he was just a regular person who burned their clothes, that would be more suspicious. Not that this isn't suspicious. I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. The Mindshock listeners can comment on that. Okay, so the final thing we're going to go over here is the Jesse McReynolds theory. This was posted by Catulius. Note, 5 years ago. Note, I'm not saying that McReynolds committed the murder. I'm just saying that if it was an intruder, this would be the guy I would pick as the killer. It's strange that I did a quick search of the sub and didn't find a single mention of this guy. This was a theory I had when I first started researching the case. Jesse McReynolds is the son of Bill and Janet McReynolds. Some believe SBTC in the ransom notes could stand for Santa Bill and the Critic. Since Bill McReynolds had played Santa at the Ramsey's Christmas party a few days before the murder, and Janet McReynolds was a movie critic. Whether or not that's true is obviously unproven, and Bill McReynolds was ruled out as a suspect long ago because it would be difficult for him to generate the force used in the blow to Jonbenet Ramsey's head. I don't know how that was determined. Jesse, on the other hand, was a very stout man with a criminal past. He had done 2.5 years in an Arizona prison for conspiracy, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. He also has no corroborated alibi for Christmas night 96. Jesse was unemployed at the time of the murder, struggling to obtain a job with multiple felonies in his past, and since his parents were close to the Ramseys, he must have known that they certainly were not having any problems with money. So the plan is hatched. Jesse McReynolds will use the cracked window in the basement in order to access the family home. Perhaps he even convinces his creepy father to come in through the cracked butler's door. Jonbenet Ramsey is used to Sanibel, so when he wakes her up in the night, she isn't startled at all. He lures her into the kitchen with the promise of pineapple. Once they get down the stairs, there's a strange man there that Jonbenet Ramsey has perhaps never seen before. It's Jesse McReynolds. Jonbenet Ramsey is spooked by this different man and asks if he knows her parents. After realizing that this guy might not be safe, she begins to scream for her parents. Jesse McReynolds panics. He bashes Jonbenet Ramsey over the head with the flashlight that he had been using to navigate the dark home. This wasn't the plan. Both men are lost and don't know what to do. They leave the ransom note on the spiral staircase. Bill McReynolds uses this as a chance to molest Jonbenet Ramsey. The garrote is used as a toy, and not knowing that Jonbenet Ramsey isn't actually dead, he accidentally kills her. The body is left in the basement because Bill couldn't carry Jonbenet, and since Jesse had already left the residence, he has no way to transport the body. Santa Bill shows up at the memorial, as most killers do. It also explains how the mysterious teddy bear appeared in Jonbenet Ramsey's room. Of course, we addressed that. Since McReynolds was said to use them as props when he would play Santa, Jesse in a TV interview says about the bears that Dad still has them. He doesn't say anything besides that, just that his father still has the bears. Bill McReynolds also leaves the Boulder area shortly after the murder. Bill McReynolds also does a few TV interviews in which he comes off as very creepy, talking about how we should really love our kids. Again, is that creepy or is that just an eccentric guy who's into magic? All in all, did this happen? Probably not. Is it possible? Yes, although Burke's recent interview where he talks about coming down the stairs to play with a new toy on the night of the murder does make the story a bit less realistic. I just found it very strange that there was not a single thread or even a single comment about Jesse McReynolds in this whole sub when he seems like such a reasonable suspect. Why is that? Is there some sort of evidence that excludes him from the crime? Allegedly DNA evidence, yes. Some posts here. The issue is with the pineapple. Any intruder's fingerprints would have been found on the bowl and can if they were the ones who served it to Jonbenet. And the only fingerprints on both those things belong to Patsy and Burke. I mean, unless, of course, they were using gloves. The pineapple really tends to throw a dent in the intruder theories. The only likely way an intruder theory can fit when it comes to the pineapple evidence is that Jonbenet woke up on her own, served herself the pineapple, and the intruder walked in on her eating it. I mean, also, I guess we have to consider the possibility that if it's not Bill McReynolds, it's someone else who dresses up as Santa. Some people say that Fleet White dressed up on Santa, and of course that's not pointing the finger in his direction at all. Just simply, I mean, there's a lot of older guys that dress up as Santa, so that doesn't really prove anything. But if it was someone else, not Bill McReynolds, maybe they should look at people who dressed up as Santa. I mean, the list can't be that long. Alright, so those are the main theories, and of course I did say we would go over the allegations that the McReynolds were involved in some kind of identity theft. So this was a post on the Jonbenet Ramsey subreddit by Thera Kuhn, and I read some of their posts earlier. A lot has been said about Bill McReynolds. He was a prominent suspect in the Jonbenet murder, considered a top suspect by Boulder PD. He was written off mostly due to his age and his health. It was impossible for him to do it. After all, he was recovering from a triple bypass surgery, except that was all a ruse. In fact, Bill McReynolds wasn't Bill, and Janet wasn't Janet. They were Dyer Grossman and Mark Stebbins. Dyer Grossman was on the lam since '76 when North Fox Island went bust. The North Fox Island scandal would hardly make a blip in the news, surprising considering it was one of the most heinous operations in U.S. history. Not surprising when considering the clients. The clients were of incredible wealth and status. One of the victims was a boy named Mark Stebbins. Mark Stebbins was a prodigy artist born in a broken home. At a young age, he was drawing amazing pieces of art. And for those that don't know, North Fox Island was a pedophile ring run by the rich and famous, and it is right next to Charlevoix, Michigan, coincidentally. I don't want to go too deep into that. It's very dark and disturbing, but in the post-Epstein era, I mean, even the most devout coincidence theorists might have pause when examining that case. And again, we could write this all off, but it's quite close to Charlevoix, where the Ramseys had their other home. Yet another long line of coincidences. Grossman became quite fond of him. When things started to hit the fan, all of a sudden everything came up missing. All the proof that would land everyone involved in federal prison for the rest of their lives. The people were then anonymously blackmailed. Stebbins had to go. Everyone had to participate in his murder so nobody could take the fall. Nobody could rat or everyone went down. So Stebbins was passed from house to house, even driven at one point by police. But by the end of it, it wasn't him that died. Grossman wanted him for himself. Instead, a child named died. Own father participated in the murder of Stebbins. He was then blackmailed to pretend Stebbins was his son, a secret that mother would never know. During the summers, he spent his time at camp but was really in New York with Grossman. After the operation of North Fox Island was complete, they kept everyone in bondage by making them continue to participate in murders, widening their web further and further, corrupting more and more. In New York, they assumed the identities of Janet McReynolds and Bill McReynolds. The North Fox Island racket had strong ties to Colorado. In 1981, McConaughey, aka Adam Starchild, acquired Francis Sheldon's Aspen property. I believe around this time they headed out to Boulder, but I'm uncertain on that. There's no information between 81 to 96, but I do believe more people were killed in similar rackets. When DNA was taken, they took DNA directly from Santa's beard. One problem, it was fake. So was Janet's hair. Both sets of DNA from the McReynolds will not match the familial DNA of their so-called kids. The kids may have been real kids spared in the rackets people sucked into the web that became part of the Grossman family. The blackmail racket ensured he would corrupt and do just about anything, from creating fake birth and death certificates to recovering from a fake triple bypass. Dyer Grossman was only about 45 during the Jonbenet Ramsey murder, much younger than Bill McReynolds. Some clues point to this, the biggest being Janet McReynolds' play was made and produced in New York just a couple years after North Fox Island. Hey Rube was made in New York. It was a grimly circus horror show revolved around sacrificial murder of girls, but according to McReynolds, they were in Boulder from 68 to 97. There was no room in their story for a New York play that lasted for months. One of the McReynolds kids actually claimed to be in Detroit during the murders. Another link to the Michigan area. Janet McReynolds would claim something similar happened 20 years earlier to the day to her daughter Jill. I believe this was actually a reference to the Oakland County child killer, victim Jill Robinson, who was found 20 years earlier to the day as Jonbenet. Found in front of Big Beaver Road sign. Jonbenet was found with beaver hair in her hand. I mean, if people, are these simply unhinged ramblings, or is there something to this? Because, I mean, there's some serious reaching going on here. Recently, they assumed the roles of and Stebbins went back to being I tried to turn in, but it wasn't so no agency can find him because he's been dead for years, actually. He took his identity and even killed his mother to make sure nobody knew it was him. Mark Stebbins, a talented artist, has done many pieces related to Jonbenet Ramsey. One of the pieces of his is the elephant painting found in the Ramseys' basement. He also drew the sketch to the screaming boy photo in the Chris Bush suicide. Some other evidence that link the Oakland County child killer to Jonbenet. There are numerous links between the two cases. One is locational. North Fox Island ring operated between Michigan and New York, but had a strong base set up in Colorado. Both Malcolm McConaughey and another known ring operator were in the Boulder area during '96. Jonbenet Ramsey was found draped in a white blanket. The Oakland County child killer kids were found buried in white blankets of snow. Jill Robinson died 20 years, likely to the hour, prior to Jonbenet's death. She was found in front of the Big Beaver Road exit sign. Jonbenet was found with beaver hair in her hand. Okay. The suicides of Chris Bush and Michael Helgoth both appear to be staged in identical ways. Suicides that seem impossible, containing evidence that doesn't quite fit the crime scene. Both were pedophiles. Both murders contained post-mortem trolling. A funeral card was dropped off at the dump site of Burgess. An American Girl doll was sent to Jonbenet, as well as bound-up Barbies tossed on their lawn. Both murders contain artwork. The Jonbenet murder had the basement elephant painting. When flipping the ransom note on its side, many doodles and drawings are evident within it. The same can be done with the Screaming Boy drawing found in Bush's possession. There are numerous pieces done relating to the Oakland County child killer and Jonbenet that are the works of Mark Stebbins. I've named countless other reasons in other posts, but there you have it. So, wow. I mean, wow. Does that bring conspiracy theories to a whole new level? Obviously, I haven't seen any evidence that any of that was true. The North Fox Island connection to Charlevoix, I mean, that's definitely curious, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of the McReynolds. They could have just been these really good, kind-hearted eccentrics. And yeah, I mean, the statements are weird, that can't be argued. The coincidences are weird, that can't be argued. But does anything else really fit definitively? I mean, obviously there's no definitive evidence here. We just have a stack of coincidences, but seemingly there's a lot of coincidences in the direction of other so-called suspects as well. So it's not like it's unique to the McReynolds. I mean, that note is an issue, that she was going to get a special gift after Christmas. If it was for Christmas, I mean, that could easily be written off, as McReynolds would do that for any kid. Needless to say, this conspiracy theory is not very popular on Reddit. I mean, I don't know if there's definitive evidence there. It seems, in light of the new interview, of course, with Jill McReynolds as well, it just seems not very likely that they were imposters on this particular timeline or at all. So just some final curiosities here from a few more posters. Science Sleuth, I am so suspicious of Bill McReynolds. He lied about Charles Kuralt to get Patsy to throw the party on the 23rd. Why? If I had to pick, I would say Bill McReynolds with Chris Wolf and an unknown third person, maybe someone related to Linda Pugh Hoffman. Sleuthing Some replied, Bill McReynolds was too heavy and out of shape in my opinion. It is odd that Chris Wolf's handwriting was considered the closest match to the ransom note, and his bizarre behavior is suspicious, but Fleet White had equally bizarre, aggressive, paranoid behavior that is so also suspicious. All I know is there are a bunch of strange characters around the Ramseys and sounds like Boulder in general. Half of that city sounds like they should be on a psych unit getting Haldol shots or electric shock therapy. I mean, that's without even getting into the countless sets of keys to the house, the construction that was being done, the workers that were going in and out of the house constantly, and some of them in jail had curious things to say about the case, which we'll have to examine as well. I mean, there's just no shortage. Science Sleuth responded, yes, he was, but there is so much weirdness with Bill McReynolds. That thing he said about how he always thought if someone wanted to harm the Ramseys, Christmas would be the perfect time to do it. Who thinks about things like that? Huh. The lie about Charles Kuralt wanting to film Santa at the Ramseys, Patsy put together a last-minute Christmas party based on that lie. It wasn't that Kuralt was in town and canceled the last minute. He was never there. Why was it so important to McReynolds to be at the Ramseys that night? I am sure he is the Santa who told Jonbenet that she would get a secret special visit from him after Christmas. She never mentioned it until the 24th, the day after the party. Why did he say that? He and Chris Wolf denied knowing each other, which other people contradicted. Okay, the plot really, if this is all true, the plot's getting a little thick here. Was this simply an attempted burglary of sorts? A fake ransom kidnapping where they never intended to harm Jonbenet in any way? Maybe lure her away with some candy, and then while they were on a special Christmas trip where no harm was to come to her in any capacity, they were going to get money from the Ramseys and then simply return her home, and she would have never even thought anything bad happened. Is that the plot that was concocted and then things went wrong? I mean, if it really was Bill McReynolds that got Patsy to throw the last-minute Christmas party, if that's true, that's a problem. If him and Chris Wolf deny knowing each other, I mean, that's a slightly less problem, because how many students would McReynolds have had at CU? He was a journalism professor at CU. He would have had tons of students. Maybe he wouldn't have remembered Wolf, but... I mean, I don't know. It says here, Wolf was getting his master's degree in journalism and took a class from Reynolds. Why did they say they didn't know each other? Actually, Chris Wolf more likely to remember his professor than McReynolds to remember him, unless there was more than one class. But McReynolds didn't seem to remember much about the kidnapping and sexual trauma of his own daughter. When it was pointed out that it happened in December 26th, he didn't seem to remember that. McReynolds went on the Today Show to stand outside in the audience and managed to get to talk to Katie Couric about Jonbenet. This was about a month after the murder. Why did he want to do that? He said he had a special bond, more than with his own children and grandchildren, with Jonbenet, a child he saw 5 times. So I looked through a bunch of documentaries. I couldn't find McReynolds on the Today Show where he wanted to talk to Katie Couric in that awkward hug. So supposedly this was about a month after, so late January, early February or so. Okay, so response by Sleuthing Some. Hot damn, well, smack my butt and call me Shirley, because that stuff is just beyond nuts. Why didn't I know all of that? I thought I read about all there was about this case. I guess I dismissed him as an old eccentric dude that wasn't physically capable of fitting through that grate or even walking up a flight of stairs without an oxygen tank. But that Chris Wolf connection really is suspicious, considering out of everyone that gave handwriting samples, Chris Wolf's was the closest match to the ransom note. So much that several of the experts said he cannot be eliminated as the author of the ransom note. I didn't know he was in cahoots with Santa, and they denied knowing each other. They are beyond Mr. Rogers creepy. It makes me wonder if this crime had a bigger picture. I've never thought more than one man was involved, but what if Santa and Wolf made a plan, then hired the young blonde guy that neighbors saw walking up to the house that night? Maybe Wolf did write the note but didn't commit the crime. Maybe Santa stole the notepad and pen at the Christmas party. I don't know, but all of these weird characters that could be straight out of a scary movie, it does make me wonder if more than one person was behind all of this, even if maybe only one person was physically present inside the house that night. Maybe there was an actual plan to collect ransom money, but maybe the guy couldn't get her out of the house for some reason or got too scared, and so he just played out his sick kid fantasy instead, because Santa, McReynolds, and Wolf's DNA didn't match, but that doesn't necessarily mean they weren't somehow involved. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of curiosities, of course. All right, so the final post here this was posted on Google Groups, September 16th, 2006. Anybody remember groups.google.com? This was on alt.true-crime. Posted by Rise, September 6, 2006. I've always been suspicious of Santa Bill and his wife, Janet McReynolds. They acted very strangely after the murder. There are actually about 15 strange facts that made them suspicious. Google it and you'll see. But one I rarely see mentioned is the fact they took off for Spain within days of the murder. If I'm not mistaken, Spain usually refuses to extradite suspects who will face the death penalty in the U.S. Did they go there to seek sanctuary in case they were suspected, or in case they had left behind more evidence than they thought they had? Then, when they realized they were safe, the BPD was focused on family, as their fake ransom note attempted to do, and did not suspect them at all. They felt safe enough to return, promptly sought the spotlight on the NBC Today show, Geraldo, and LKL. Presumably, their DNA was not a match. However, they had a son who was a burglar kidnapper, and I'm not sure if his DNA was checked. I'm not even sure if the DNA was the killer's unless the same DNA was in the panties. When you start looking at them, there are about a zillion suspicious things, including that Janet talked to Jonbenet Ramsey alone by the spiral staircase 2 days before the murder and could have easily stolen the ransom pad, and that Bill got a tour of the house from Jonbenet Ramsey, etc. But that flight to Spain always made me suspicious. And we actually didn't address that in Mindshock, where we try to address every single aspect of every single case and every single variable in comprehensive fashion. But yeah, so there was that quick mention where I forget what I was going over. I think Janet did mention that the flight was booked the previous summer for Spain. So if that was verified, I mean, you would think if a proper investigation was done, if that really was verified, that still doesn't let them completely off the hook, because if they were planning, they could have booked the trip to Spain for that time period, regardless of whether or not they were planning any crime. And if they happened to plan a crime, would they plan it on Christmas? As McReynolds had said, he'd always thought that if someone wanted to harm the Ramseys, they would do it at Christmas time. I don't know what to make of anything. It's, yeah, again, they could just be really good-hearted eccentrics, and that kind of explains everything for the most part, except for Bill McReynolds wanting Patsy to throw that Christmas party and lying about some production. If that's true, again, that would have to be nailed down exactly. If that's exactly true, I mean, that's a tough one. And, of course, all of the weird coincidences on the dates. Another post here in response to this by TD. My first choice was always McReynolds and wife too. Strange is putting it mildly, in my opinion. The coincidence of their own daughter being abducted on the exact same date 22 years earlier is mind-boggling. Mind-shocking, if you will. But what made it stand out even more is seeing someone ask them about that event live on Larry King one night. So I actually couldn't find the video, but apparently it was March 4th, 1997, CNN Larry King Live, and there is a transcript. But regarding this post here, their reaction to the question, something about until that moment they'd completely forgotten about their own child having been abducted on that same date years earlier. I mean, whoever forgets the date their daughter was abducted, especially when it's a date that's so memorable, Christmas, or the day after. Santa's shrine to Jonbenet was also troubling, to say the least. The wife was actually writing a play about the event. What kind of people forget their child was kidnapped and memorialize it by writing a play of a similar nature? I'd think most people would want to put such an event behind them. Boulder law enforcement stated that McReynolds was too fragile to have carried out the murder, yet only a month later, there are photos of him and the missus traipsing across Europe with Santa lugging heavy suitcases. I didn't know they had a son who was a burglar kidnapper. Wonder if his DNA has been checked. They were already strange, suspicious enough without the son, in my opinion. Both of them gave me the creeps when I saw them on a couple of news programs, and it's a known fact that pedophiles often play roles like Santa to have easy access to children. Jonbenet had told someone that she had a secret Santa was coming back to see her after Christmas. Certainly she would accompany Santa downstairs willingly, and having a midnight snack is something little kids associate with Santa. How many of us have always left a plate of cookies out for Santa when our own kids were that age? Santa and the missus had been in the Ramsey home on numerous occasions, and if I remember correctly, somewhere that Santa had a key to the Ramsey home. Jonbenet had shown him her bedroom. He had a tour of the whole house. And the two of them, Santa and the missus, gave me the willies big time. So, of course, a couple things not that accurate in that statement. But what is curious, though, and if he did have a key to the house, I mean, weren't there over 70 copies of keys made to various people? So, again, if he was the only other person with a key, that would be more damning. But, I mean, why would he have a key, though? I don't know. I mean, the Santa that only comes to their party once a year. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Why would the Santa have a key? But he had some kind of shrine to Jonbenet. I don't actually remember that, but I don't know. Again, if he was really guilty, though, would all of this, would he be comfortable making all this public? Unless, of course, he's completely insane. But also, again, we don't have the Larry King clip. If anybody has that, it would be curious if they were genuinely completely shocked about the reference to their daughter's abduction. Because that would lead someone to believe that if they did commit identity theft, they might not have had all the details down, but... Yeah, there is, of course, people also mentioning his handmade harps with dead children's names on them. That's another tough one. That's a tough one. And then, of course, yeah, the note about the special present after Christmas. So this is a transcript of the Bill McReynolds interview. Some people are saying this struck them as odd. Bill McReynolds, quote, "She was not into material things as far as I know. In fact, Wolf, I thought she was a little bit older than she was. And when I first heard about the murder and saw it was a 6-year-old girl, I thought quickly that, oh, I've got 3 more years with her at least. And then I realized that was not true, that it was over. And I think that her spirit, in a way, had been diminished because it's not going to be able to continue in the way that it should be." End quote. I mean, what was that part about, oh, I've got 3 more years with her at least? Back when I first read it years ago, I remember that striking me as weird and nonsensical. It immediately came back to my mind when reading the Carr emails. Carr mentioned several times that he tended to lose interest in little girls after 9 years old. Just kind of an odd coincidence. I don't know if McReynolds had anything to do with Jonbenet Ramsey's death, but I can certainly see why people might suspect him. Also, another link here with John Mark Carr is Colorado University. Because, of course, the communication professor, Michael Tracy, he's the one that had those long-standing email exchanges with John Mark Carr. Did Michael Tracy know Bill McReynolds? Both Colorado University. I mean, there's so many weird coincidences here. I mean, I don't know what to make of any of these. I mean, these are just all coincidence stacks. All these guys possibly know each other. I don't know. That's weird. That's really, really weird. So here's some more reactions of people that watched Larry King live. So apparently they were on... Well, here's the other thing. Why are they going on Larry King Live all the time? And all these other shows? Why is he trying to talk to Katie Couric? Like, he's really going after the spotlight here in the aftermath of the case. Is that kind of weird? I mean, I don't know. This post also by TD. I was remembering the first time I saw Bill and Janet on Larry King Live. I'd seen Bill on an earlier Larry King Live once or twice, but then he was on with his wife. That was the time that a caller asked the question about their own daughter's abduction, and Larry says, "You had a daughter that was kidnapped too?" And Janet says something to the effect of, "Well, yeah, now that you mention it, I guess we did." Words to that effect. As though this was the first time it dawned on the two of them, Santa and the missus, that, yeah, I guess our daughter was abducted on the same date 22 years before. It was their totally off-the-wall reaction to the caller's question that totally floored me. I remember saying, did you just hear what I hear? I mean, I was flabbergasted by Janet's reaction, and the caller said something like, didn't you write a book about your daughter's abduction? And then Larry pipes in again, you wrote a book about it? And Mrs. Claus says, well, not a book, I wrote a play based somewhat on it. I mean, even dopey Larry seemed to be taken aback at all of this. The fact that their own daughter had been abducted, the fact that it was on the same exact date, the fact that they'd apparently forgotten about it, down to the slap my forehead reaction when the caller mentioned it, and the fact that the wife wrote something or other about it. Even dense as a doorknob Larry King seemed flabbergasted by all this new information that came from one caller's questions. Man, this guy does not have a high opinion of Larry King. I've already thought Santa was very strange, to say the least, when I saw him on one of the 2 prior shows, minus the misses. But when I saw the 2 of them together and heard all this other stuff, I just couldn't believe that the 2 of these could have forgotten that they also had a little girl who was abducted on Christmas night. If I remember correctly, it was Santa alone on one of his first visits to Larry King Live who mentioned his shrine to Jonbenet. He talked really goofy about her. I can't remember what it was said right now, but I do know it made my stomach churn and gave me the creeps listening to him discuss his relationship with Jonbenet. You know how some people have gaydar? Well, old Santa set off my pedodar big time. He talked very creepy about Jonbenet and something about now she was his little angel. The whole time he was talking, my stomach was churning. It would be curious if people had video clips of that, because I can't really analyze it without seeing it, so I can't say if this is some innocent eccentric or not. Because, I mean, the possibility is still there, but, I mean, I just don't know. Further posts here. It struck me, okay. Okay, so he had a few appearances on Larry King Live. Here's a few more quotes when they were on together. So Bill McReynolds, well, I will tell you that. I won't tell you about what happened to me as a child because that's not relevant. Janet McReynolds, the basic thrust and the parallel that I am now seeing with the Jonbenet case is that the victim in my play was a scapegoat for the sins of the community. My play was loosely based on or suggested by a real-life murder which occurred in Indianapolis in 1965, which, another coincidence, happens to be the year of my daughter's birth. I feel that she has been made a scapegoat, exactly that she is being punished for the sins of the global village, that people are heaping on her the sins they themselves feel, and she's being made a scapegoat. She's being murdered again and again. Every time they put some of those videos on talk shows, they talk endlessly about the priority or the impriority of having these beauty pageants. To me, that is, and then Bill McReynolds finishes her sentence, obscene. But as I said, she believed in me so completely as Santa that we had a different kind of relationship than we might have had otherwise. Okay, so that's an interesting quote right there, because if she really believed he was the real Santa Claus, their relationship really was magical. So if there was nothing nefarious about it, is this simply an eccentric living in his own world of magic? Okay, so here's a post regarding the so-called Shrine of Jonbenet. Apparently, Dan Glick of Newsweek visited McReynolds at his Nederland home. The fireplace was littered with photos of Jonbenet Ramsey. Wow. McReynolds... Okay, so during this tour of the home, Dan Glick was shown by McReynolds a small wooden harp with the names of dead children carved on its side. When McReynolds held the harp up, he shared a small secret with the veteran reporter. I've saved a small place right here for Jonbenet's name, end quote. Now, here's what I keep coming back to, though. Unless these people are completely insane, I don't see them... Would you show somebody a harp with dead children's names and saying that you saved a space for Jonbenet's name if you were really guilty? I mean, that just, it's absolutely mind-boggling, mind-shocking that if he's guilty, he would have done that. Or made any of the statements that he made. Or Janet made some weird statements too. If they were truly guilty, would they really go on all these shows and make all these statements? It doesn't make any sense. Unless, of course, they're both insane. I mean, I don't know. How likely is that? So we went over a lot of mind shocks. I mean, I don't know what to make of all of these. There's just a ton here. Hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and thought-provoking. Plenty more to come. If you want to support Mindshock, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share this podcast on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.